Welcome back, guys. Hello to a new video. So, today we are building a full enterprise grade automated backup system using pure bash. So, no frameworks, no dependencies, just bash. Will automate log backups from a production server to a backup server, compress the data and transfer it securely over SSH, generate compliance-ready reports, enforce retention policies, and even send real-time notification to Discord. For this example, I used Discord. You can use Slack or Teams, but for testing reasons, it's better to use Discord. So here's the architecture. Our VM source right here is our production server where logs live. So on the server we have our log files that we want to back up them inside the backup server. VM backup is here, is our storage server. So our main script will be on the source machine, which is called backup logs.sh. This log runs scheduled jobs, creates archives, sends them over SSH, tracks everything in CSV reports, and keeps any audit trail. So we're gonna start by creating the configuration file also inside the source machine, which will centralize everything. So like the source directory, SSH keys, retention periods, destination paths. Then we write modular function like timestamp helpers, logging, Discord notification, CSV reporting, and our main backup logic inside the main backup sh script. So when a backup runs, each directory is compressed into a timestamped tar.jz file, uploaded via SCP, logged and marked success or failed in the CSV report. On the backup server, we automatically clean all the backups to respect GDPR retention policies. Okay, so we're gonna compress these log files and then send them via SSH to our backup server. Okay, so also in other functions like the system also supports adding and removing directories dynamically, generating performance reports, scheduling daily backups via cron, and restoring any backup with a single command. So by the end of this tutorial, you'll have fully automated production ready backup system with a professional architecture, reliable error handling, and full observability. So let's start. So this is exactly an example of how real backup system in real company works. So first of all, you need to have VMware workstation, whether the free version or the pro version, or you can use also VirtualBox. We have a video that we see how we to download VirtualBox. So you can use one of them. Both are hypervisors, so you're free to use any of them. For me, in this example, I'm gonna be using VMware Workstation Pro, which is not free, but it's the best option for this example. But you can use VirtualBox; it will give the same result, and it's completely free. So first we need to download Ubuntu. So just go to Google and type download Ubuntu. Make sure it's Ubuntu desktop, not Ubuntu server. So click on Ubuntu desktop. You will find this version Ubuntu 24.04.3 LTS. So download this. Try always to download the LTS version for long-term support. So I already did that. I already downloaded the ISO file. So I'm gonna click on File, New Virtual Machine. I'm gonna click Next. It automatically detects it, but I'm gonna verify. So I go down, Ubuntu, desktop ISO. Make sure it's desktop, guys. So click next. Full name, just write, I don't know, anything. So I will type VM here as a full name. For username, I just type user. For the password, I also type user for simplicity. So let's click next. Virtual machine name, I will call it VM source. So this machine is gonna be our production server. We'll call it VM source. So next, I will leave it as default as 20 gigabytes as a capacity. Okay, and finish. Now we'll wait. We'll wait a little bit, just it opens, and we will start the installation. Just like wait a little bit so it opens. Okay, now we can see that it opens, but we need to make some configuration. Let's wait just a little bit longer. You can fast forward this part, like if it take like 5 minutes, you can just fast forward it until this configuration opens. Okay, now we can see it opens. Let's start putting the configurations. So language, I will keep it English. Okay, click next. Okay, this is for the keyboard. This is for me. If you keyboard is QWERTY, like English based, so leave it as it is. But for me, I use AZERTY, which is French based. So this is just for me or for people who use AZERTY as a keyboard. So I'm gonna change it to French. Okay, make sure if your keyboard is QWERTY or use English based keyboard, don't change this to French. This is only for people with AZERTY keyboard. Okay, next. Skip. We don't need to update. next, install into next, 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 next. Okay. So your name, just type any name just here. Just a second. My name is. I will type user. Your computer's name. Okay. Username. Just here. I'm gonna change it to your computer's name. I'm gonna change it to VM source. So make sure you do the same. Okay. So make sure to change this name to, so our host name will be VM source. Okay. For username, I'm just gonna put user1 for the source machine. So the computer's name gonna be VM source and the username is gonna be user1. Okay. Password, I'll just type user for simplicity. Okay, confirm user. Next. Next. Install. Okay. Now we'll just wait for the complete installation. So you saw the full configuration of the VM. For this is gonna be our VM source. So this is the configuration of this VM. Okay, the source VM. Afterward, we're gonna do the same thing for the backup VM. We're just gonna call it VM backup. Okay, so let's revise again. So this project is a project to backup log files. Okay, from multiple servers. It compresses and encrypts transfers using SSH for securely transfer the data. We're gonna be generating audit trails and compliance reports to try to simulate the real backup system used in big companies. We're gonna send notification by Discord, but in real companies they use Slack or Teams or other like more official, but this is for testing reasons, and the Discord, for in my opinion, is the best one for testing. We're gonna enforce retention policies uh, to like the GDPR compliant. Okay, so we try to imitate what companies do, and we're gonna provide some features like adding log directories, restoring capabilities, etc. So later on, when we're gonna develop our script, it's gonna be like more clear for you. So here we have two files, the backup file and the backup CSV file. The first one is when we compress the data before sending it, because we're not gonna send it like that, we're gonna compress it before. So that will be in the temp backup temp file, and the CSV is gonna hold the CSV reports, and when we send them, they will be stored in those. So for the CSV, it's gonna be the received CSV reports, and for the backups that we're gonna be sending in compressed form will be stored here. Okay, and we will have a 90 days retention policy. Okay, so like most companies do that, so why not to make it more professional project? Okay, so here I'm just waiting for the installation, so I'm just gonna pause the video, and when it finishes, I'll go back to do the same thing to the second machine, which is gonna be the VM backup. Okay, so see you soon. Okay, okay, we can see that the installation is finished. So here, let's click restart now. Let's wait for the machine to restart, and then we'll finish with our VM source. You can fast forward if it takes like some time. I think it's gonna just finish right now. So let's wait a little bit. Okay, it's ready. Let's click user. As I said, the password, I put it as user. Now we can like open terminal and type some commands. But just after this, I'm gonna redo the same thing to create the VM backup. So, okay, click next. Next, skip, next, finish. Okay, let's open the terminal. Okay, as you can see, the host name is user1 and the host machine name is VM source. So to be sure, let's just clear it. Let's type who am I? So I am the user1. The username is user1 and the host name is VM source. So we did the installation correctly. Okay, now we're gonna create the VM backup or our backup server. So you can leave this open or you can close it, like you're free, but let's shut it down for now. Okay, let's shut down guest. Okay, shut down. Okay, now let's create the other machine. So file, new virtual machine, next. Okay, the same ISO file. You don't have to use another ISO file or download another one. So the same Ubuntu ISO file that we used for the VM source, we're gonna use it to create the VM backup. So next, full name, I will type user backup. Username, I'll just type user2. For the password, type user, and for the confirmation, user. So next, okay, next, 20 gigabyte, next, finish. So let's wait our machine so it opens, and we do the same configuration like the first one. Just we're gonna name the user2 and the VM we're gonna name it VM backup. Okay. Okay, here I made a mistake. I forgot to rename uh, the machine as VM backup. I clicked next, so not biggie. I'll just rename it here. Okay, click rename. So VM backup. Okay, so we changed the name. Here's another way to change the name if you forgot in the creation of the machine. You can just rename it here. That's why, like, some of benefits of using VMware. Okay, let's wait up until the the machines opens and we start making the configurations. It takes a little bit time. Let's just wait. You can, okay, it opens. You can make this part faster so you don't have to wait like me. Okay, so language, I'm gonna keep it English. So next, next. Okay, here the keyboard, as I said, I use AZERTY, so I'm gonna change it to French. If you use an QWERTY, leave it as it is, don't forget. Okay, next, next, skip, next, 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 next. Okay, your name, just gonna type here user2 as username. Here for the computer name, I'm gonna change it. Here the host name, I'm gonna put it as VM backup. Okay, username is gonna be user2. For the password, I'll just put user for simplicity. User. Okay, next. Okay, time zone. Next. Install. Okay, now just like the previous time, I'm gonna just pause the video here until it finishes the installation. Then I'll go back to you. Okay, guys, so the VM backup has finished the installation. So we can see we can click on restart now. So we click on it and we wait. So the machine restart, and we're gonna implement now, start implementing our project. So our first step is gonna be the initial setup on both VMs. So since we are on VM backup, let's do the setup, and afterwards we're gonna do the same setup in VM source, because there are some packages that are essential to this project. Okay, so let's wait till the VM backup boots, and I will show you what packages we're gonna work with. We need some packages like gzip, cron, tar, like for compressing, and we need also some services. Okay, so let's just wait and we'll start implementing. Okay, so we are on the VM backup as you see, as user2. So let's log in. As I said, the password is always user. And let's open our terminal so we can start typing the commands. let's click next, skip, next, finish. Okay, so we opened our terminal. As you see, the 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 username is user2 and the host name, as we said, is VM backup. So we all set. So let's start implementing the setup. So first of all, we're gonna update the system. So we're gonna type sudo apt update, type the password as user. Let's wait. You can also do the command sudo apt upgrade, but it's not necessary to do, but you can do it. It's gonna take more time than sudo apt update, but it's a good practice to do the update and the upgrade at the same time. But since we downloaded the recent version, so this time I'm not gonna do it, but I advise you to do it for best practices. Let's wait a little bit for so it finishes. And remember, we're gonna do these commands on both on the backup machine and on the source machine. Okay, so not only on the backup, so on both machines. So we're just gonna do them again on the source VM. Okay, so it finishes. We did the update. You can now do the upgrade. For me, I'm gonna just pass. So let's start by installing some required packages. So I'm gonna just sudo apt install -y to automatically say yes instead of you typing it. So let's start by the first one. rsync tar gzip cron curl jq, and it's open ssh server for establishing ssh. No, sorry, server. Okay, so the rsync is for efficient file copying. The tar and gzip, like I said, for compression. The cron is essential for the task scheduling. The curl is for web requests, like we're gonna send requests to Discord, so we need curl. JQ for JSON processing, and finally OpenSSH for the SSH access. Okay, so let's hit enter. It's gonna install all the required packages. Okay, so we got everything installed. Let's just clear the screen. Okay, the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna enable and start the SSH service. So I'm gonna just do sudo systemctl enable. Now SSH. So this is to enable the SSH service. Okay, and now we have to start this service. So sudo systemctl start SSH. Okay, so we started our SSH service. Now we need to install the time synchronization. So we're gonna install Crony. It's critical for logs, and it does the time synchronization. Okay, it's very important in this context. We have to be very precise like the time between the servers should be synchronized. So sudo apt install -y crony. Just hit enter. And also for information, guys, this project you need to have knowledge of bash scripting and Linux, because this is not a, let's say, easy project. So I know maybe sometimes it seems hard, but just follow me and I will explain. It's not that hard, but just try to follow. So sudo. Now I'm gonna start a Crony server, so like we did with the SSH. So sudo systemctl enable dash dash now Crony. So we need to enable this service. So we finished. Now we're gonna do the same steps on the source machine. Okay. So I'm just gonna go here. I'm just gonna power on the source machine. Just let's wait a little bit. We're gonna just do the same steps. We're gonna do it on the VM source. Okay. And watch out, guys. Sometimes in VMware you have like two machines running on the same time. Let's say we stayed on the VM source for a large amount of time. Sometimes this machine will go offline, or you want to be able to access it. So that is normal. You just have to just restart it, so it's gonna work again. Okay, so it's normal. I think it will happen to us, and we'll see. Okay. Okay. This is user machine. Let's type user. Okay, let's go to terminal. Clear. So user one. So who am I? The username is user one, and the host name is VM source. Okay. So make sure that these settings are the same as me. So let's start by sudo apt update. Type the password user. Let's wait a little bit. Now we're gonna install the same packages and enable the same services as before. Okay, as the same, let's wait for the installation. At the same time, I want to show you something in the backup machine. So let's type the command IP addr show to see the IP address of this machine. So try to write down this address, which is the IP address of the VM backup machine, because afterwards we're gonna need it. So you will find it here, the last one. It's gonna be 192.168.141 and 122. Like each one of you will have its own IP address. It's not gonna be the same as me, of course. But remember to you can write it down now, or when we need it afterwards. I'm gonna show it again. So okay, so let's go back to the source machine. Clear. So we did the update. Now let's install the packages. So sudo apt install -y. As we said, rsync, tar, gzip, cron, curl, and gpu, and open SSH server. So let's make sure rsync, as we said, tar, gzip, cron, curl, gq, and OpenSSH server. So let's hit enter and wait for the installation. After that, we're gonna enable and start SSH and install also Cron. Let's wait a little bit. Okay, so we installed everything. Let's do the sudo. Oh, sorry, let's make the screen bigger. Let's do clear. Okay, so sudo systemctl enable sorry, but now SSH, so we can enable the SSH service. So let's start it now. So sudo systemctl start SSH. Okay, now let's install Cron. So sudo apt install -1 Cron. Oh, sorry, sudo apt. Let's wait a little bit, and then we're gonna install we're gonna enable Cron service. Okay, the same as we did in the backup machine. Okay, we finished. Now let me do sudo systemctl enable -- now Cron. Okay, now this update software. Now let's close this. Okay, we did install the time synchronization Cron. Now let's move on to the second step. The second step is gonna be to create the dedicated backup user on VM source. So on VM source, it's not the main user who's gonna do the backup. Like, I'm not gonna use me or you, the user one, because it has a lot of privilege. So for security practice, a dedicated user, so it can reduces risk. Okay, so we're not gonna do me, like, or the user one. We're not gonna use this user because this user has a lot of privilege and it's not a good security practice. So we're gonna create a dedicated user. Let's call it, for example, backup user. This user, we're gonna do like the backup logic using this user, not the user one. Okay, so this is a very good security practice. It's called like the user is not we're gonna create. It's not gonna be a normal user. It's called service user. Like, it's not like a normal user. It's user created only to do some specific tasks. Okay. Normally, it doesn't even have this user. It doesn't have a password. Okay. So I'm gonna show you. So we're gonna use sudo add user sudo dash disabled password. Okay, so disabled password means that this user is not gonna have a password. So let me think. Let's add the description for better practice, like GCOS. Let's call it backup user. This is like a description for the user. It's not it's optional. And let's call it backup user. Okay, so let's hit enter. Okay, as you see, we added a backup user that doesn't have a password. This is a good practice for security reasons. So a user dedicated to do the backup stuff, and doesn't have a password. Okay, now as a backup user, this backup user should have like his directories, like the backup directories that we talked about, like backup CSV directory, backup temp directory, or backup loss directory. So we're gonna separate folders for different purposes. Okay, so we're gonna create these directories using the backup user. So sudo minus u backup user, sorry, backup user. Okay, and cut here minus p. Let's create a backup temp file. So slash, we're gonna use the home directory of the backup user. So it's gonna be home backup user slash backup temp file. So backup, I'm just gonna call it backup temp. Okay, so this is the first directory. Let's create a second one. In the same line, we don't have to, you can repeat the same command and each time change the command, or we can create it in the same command. Okay, so I'm gonna use both. Okay, so in this example, I'm gonna create two directories with the same command. So I'm gonna add the second directory. So home backup user slash it's gonna be the backup CSV. Okay, we're just gonna have the backup CSV files. Okay, so now the backup user created two directories. We can also create another directory, so I'm gonna just delete this. So the same command, just we're gonna change the directory name. So this is gonna be backup logs. Okay, so you can create all the three directories using one command, or you can create each one one directory by one. Okay, it's you can choose whatever you want. Okay, so as I said, we disabled the password, so this user is secure because we're only gonna use the SSH key access. So we don't need a password or anything, only SSH key for more secured access. So the last one is to set up the proper ownership. So okay, now the backup user created these directories. Now we're gonna add we're gonna set the proper ownership. So the home backup directory, it's gonna be owned by the backup user and the backup user group. Okay, so ch own minus r backup user and also backup user. So this is the name of the user and this is the name of the group of the user. Okay, so backup user and here backup user too. Okay, so now we're gonna put the directory, so slash home slash backup user. Let's hit enter. Okay, now it's done. So now we're gonna move to the step number 3, which is the SSH key setup for passwordless authentication. So in the VM source, we're gonna switch to the backup user. So we're gonna switch the user and we're gonna create the SSH key and all. Okay. So let's do sudo. Let me clear the screen for you. So sudo su minus backup user. Okay, now as you see, the name of the user changed. Like now we are logged in as the backup user. So let's write pwd. As you see, this is the directory we created for the backup user. Let's see the content. So ls. As you can see, these are the directories we created earlier. Okay, let's do this for more details. As you can see, we set the ownership of these directories to the backup user and the backup user group. Okay, so I think we are clear and everything works correctly. So let's create a secure SSH directory first. So let's do clear. Okay, so kdir minus p. Let's use the tilde slash. Let's call it dot ssh. Let's hit enter. Let's change the permission for the SSH key. This is for security reasons. So the only one who can access, read, or write, or execute this directory is the owner. So let's do chmod 700, okay, slash dot ssh. Okay, so let's make sure. Okay, so as you see, the SSH the SSH directory is created. It's a hidden file, so you have to use ls-l to see it. Okay, so here you don't have to use the tilde because we are in the home directory, but it's a better practice and like a good way, so you can always, when you use command, you can point to the home directory using the tilde command, but it's optional, like because we are already in the home directory. Okay, so this is the SSH directory created, and we set the let's do we set also the permissions to set 0700, so only the owner can access it or modify it and everything, because the SSH directory it has to be very secured. Okay, so now we're gonna generate SSH key pair without paraphrase, of course. Okay, because it has to be automatic. So most of you will know this command because it's very famous. So SSH keygen, let's do -t, RSA minus B. Let's use a strong security policy. So 4096 minus F. So it's gonna be inside the home directory. So we use the tilde. You don't have to use it, but I use it all the time. So dot SSH, and we're gonna call it backup dash key. Okay, so backup dash key. Okay, let's do this for no paraphrase. Okay, -n no paraphrase. Okay, so I think you know this command. So we use the SSH key to allow automated secure connection without passwords. Of course, for automated automation reasons, we use the RSA 4096, which is strong encryption, and no paraphrase. Okay, because if we use a paraphrase each time when we want to log in, it will ask us for paraphrase. So that's not 100% automated. So we remove that to be fully automated. Okay, so let's hit enter. Okay, it's generating. Okay, as we see, the key is generated and all without the paraphrase. Okay, so now we're gonna copy the public key to the VM backup. Okay, so we have to copy this key to the VM backup. Okay, what's gonna do? It's SSH copy dash so SSH dash copy dash ID minus I. Let's do dash tilde for the home directory dot. So okay, so the public key will allow us to access the other machine, so we need to copy it there. Okay, so dot ssh dot backup. Okay, so backup, we called it backup key dot pub. Now we're gonna say that we're gonna send the public key to the other machine. So now we're gonna put the name of the user of the VM backup, which is user2 alt. Now we're gonna do the IP address of the other machine. You remember last time I told you you need to write down that IP address. I'm just gonna, you see, that is the problem I was talking about. Sometimes it does this, like if you leave it a long time and you have another machine open, sometimes it doesn't want to open. So if that happens to you, just like click on the machine and click on restart guest. Okay, so let's wait on it so it can restart. Okay, so I think you understand this. This command is gonna create the private key and the public key, both of them inside the SSH directory. So I'm gonna do this command, and afterward I'm gonna show you that both keys are created here. Okay, now we're gonna copy that key to the other machine, so we can test after the connection. We see that we can connect to the other machine uh, through our key. Okay, so to like ensure that we have a secure connection without password, of course. Okay, still not open. Okay, I know it's sometimes it does that, so I don't know. Sometimes just you have to reboot it like I did. Okay, so it works. So let's type user. Let's go to the terminal to see the IP address. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna open the terminal. Okay, I'm just gonna write addr show to see the IP address. Okay, as you see, this is our IP address. Okay, which is 192. Let's just type it here. 192 dot 168 dot 141 and dot 128. So this is our the IP address of the second machine. So let's hit enter. Are you sure you want to continue connecting? Okay, yes. Okay. To filter any already existing service which already remain to this. If you are comfortable with this new key, password. Okay. Now it's gonna ask you to type the password of the other user of the VM backup. As I said, the password is user of the. Make sure it's the password of the user of the backup machine, not the VM, the source machine. But for me, for simplicity, I put the password as user for both machines. But if you make it not the, if you did it not the same password, so make sure you put the password of the backup machine. So as you see here, we are successful, number of keys added. Now try logging in into the machine with SSH user and the IP address. Okay, so we correctly copied the key. Now we can connect the other machine easily. Let's test the connection, okay? So I'll just type, I think I'm gonna clear the screen. I'm just gonna type SSH minus I is the till, okay, that SSH, sorry, backup key. Okay, let's type the user 2. Okay, let's type the, I said 192, 168 dot 141 and dot 68 41 128. And I think this is correct. 92 68 92 68 31. Okay, so let's, sorry, you see it does work. So I just typed the command, so it says welcome to Ubuntu blah 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 expand security ID. So this is to make sure that we are connected, but let's let's just add something to the command. Okay, let's just clear it. I don't know why. Okay, let's. I want to do. I want to echo SSH connection, but it's the same thing. So we made sure that we can connect to the other machine correctly, so it should show you the same exact thing. I don't know why I can't go back in the command, so let's type history, clear and history. Okay, cool. Do clear. Okay, so this is. I'm gonna just type it again. It's no big deal. Okay, that's why. Just gonna make sure. Let's clear this. Go back to the VM source. SSH. That SSH. The that SSH that backup. What doesn't? Okay, SSH minus I tilde slash dot SSH as back up key. Ah, okay. I see the issue. I see the issue. When we did try to connect, we are now as we still connected as the user to. Yeah. You see. Sorry, I did not see it. When we connected via the SSH, now we are connected as user to. You see, normally we are backup user. You see what I'm talking about? So I'm just gonna type exit. Okay, you see, now I went back as a backup user. So when we hit that command, this command ssh minus is backup user, we connected as the user 2 in the VM backup. Okay, so that is why I couldn't find the command. Okay, so let's type it again. Okay, welcome to Ubuntu. Now, as you see, I'm connected as user 2. So now I'm connected as the user inside this machine. I'm like inside this machine via the source machine. So let's type exit. Okay, let's do clear. Let's go back and type echo SSH connection success. So for example, like you can write anything just for the test reason. Let's type enter. Okay, so you see why if actually this command has been written, that means that we connect as the user 2, we write this command, and then we automatically log out. So as you see here, I'm still the backup user, not the user 2. Okay. So in either way, we correctly connected to the backup machine. Okay. I'm just gonna show you the content of the SSH directory. Okay. So as you see, we have the private backup key. This is you don't have to share this with anyone, and this is the backup key that you can share with the other machine to connect. Okay, but it's forbidden to share. Okay, so let's do clear. Now we finished the third step, which is a passwordless connection. Now let's go to the backup machine. Now to the backup machine, which is the step 4, we're gonna create storage directories on the VM, because we're gonna send the compressed logs from here to the VM backup. So we need to create some directories here that will receive the backups. Okay, so I'm just gonna start by creating some destination folders for the backups and also for the reports. Okay, so I'm gonna do mkdir minus p tilde slash received. Okay, this is gonna be for the received backups. Okay, and other one is gonna be for the received CSV files. Okay, so received CSV. Okay, let's make sure. Okay, so as you can see, we created both directories here. Okay, so we're good. So the received backups to store compressed logs archives from the source machine, and for the received CSV to store the backup reports and the metadata. Okay, so just as we did in the other machine, let's set proper permission. So chmod is gonna give it the permission 755. So the owner of this directory is gonna have most power. Okay, so let's do that till slash receive backups and also till receive CSV. Okay, so if you want to faster the writing, you can just write the first letter and then type tab, and it will automatically continue uh, the name of the file or the directory for you. Okay, so we hit enter. Okay, we already did. Okay, let's verify the creation and the ownership. So ls minus la. Oh, we have a lot. Okay, let's just. I'm gonna. I'm gonna do a grep. Okay, so we only get the ones we created. Okay, so as we see, these are the permission that we did. These are the owner and the group and everything, so everything correct. Okay, so everything fine. Now we're gonna start implementing some logic. Okay, so we're gonna create the configuration file on the VM source. Okay, so this is the configuration files where we find all the configuration needed for our project. Okay, so let's go to the VM source. Let's create this config file to centralize all configuration. It's gonna be some easy to modify settings. I'm gonna call them. I'm gonna just use nano. Nano is for creating the file if it doesn't exist, and for editing the file. Okay, so nano is for editing. Okay, but if the file doesn't exist, it's gonna create it at the same time. So I'm just gonna do nano tilde. I'm gonna call it log backup dot conf. Okay, let's hit enter. Okay, you can see that now we can edit or create whatever we want inside this file. Okay, so this is gonna be the automated backup system configuration. Let's start by creating the source directories to backup. Okay, so as we said, this project is designed to backup some directories in the VM source. So in this config file, we're gonna specify which are what are these directories are. For simplicity reason, we just for now gonna use define only one source directory. Okay, that we're gonna log. So I'm just gonna type source in uppercase. Okay, tiers. Let's call it that. Okay, equals. Make sure to do the. Okay, so equals slash. Sorry, slash home, the home directory of the backup user. Okay, so backup user slash logs. Okay, so this is the source dir. Don't worry, we don't have this dir for now, but we're gonna create it. Okay, so this is the source dir that we're gonna back up. Okay, so this is the first line. Don't worry for the code that we're gonna write. I'm gonna just you try to write with me, and at the same time I'm gonna push it into to GitHub, so you will have the code. Don't worry. Okay. So let's go next. So now we're gonna define the destination server settings. Okay. So start by defining the destination user. Okay, so the destination user, as we said, is user2. The dest host IP address is gonna be 192 dot. It's the IP address of the backup machine. 168, 141, 128, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure. Let's clear this. Show IP address. Sorry. IP ADR show. Okay, 192, 168, 141, 192, 168, 141 dot 128, 128. Okay, so just try to go to the VM backup to make sure that we put the correct IP address for the host name for the backup machine is user2, and this is the destination host, which is the IP address of the destination machine. Okay, so we're gonna put now the directories that we created in the destination machine. So let's call this dest slash path equals. Let's put home. This is the directory, the directories that we created in the backup machine. So slash home slash user2 slash received. Make sure you write everything correct, okay? Because if something wrong here, we can't. It's not gonna work, okay? So slash home slash user2 slash home slash user2 slash received. I call it like backups, I think. Yeah, received backups. Let's make sure. Like you have to make sure, okay? So received backups and received CSV. Okay, this is the path for the backups, and now let's create the CSV destination path. Okay, equals. So it's gonna be home slash user2 slash received slash CSV. Okay, so we created this correctly. Now we're gonna create the variables of the local paths on our source machine. I'll just separate some of this. So these are the information of the destination. These are some local information. I'm just gonna separate a little bit to make it more clear. Okay. So now for the local paths, it's gonna be the temp file that we created. So temp path equals slash home slash backup user slash, I think we called it backup temp files. Okay, these are the temp directories, the temporary files directories. Now the CSV file. So CSV path equals slash home slash backup user, and we called it backup CSV slash backup dash CSV, and the final local path is going to be the log file. So equals slash home slash backup user slash backup audit dot log. Okay, don't worry about this file, guys. I know it's not created, but I'll show you later what it's gonna be its purpose. Okay, so log file slash home slash backup user slash backup dash audit dot log. Okay, now we're gonna implement the SSH key, which is for security. So let's write here variable SSH key equals where we put inside the slash home slash backup user, okay, slash dot SSH slash the backup key that we created. This is the private backup key. Okay, we're gonna put it here. This is the path to the private key. Okay, so slash home slash backup user slash dot ssh slash backup key. Okay, now if you want to make it more professional, like honestly, guys, this project it's the same as we do in companies. Okay, so it's not like it's a little bit professional. Okay, so I'm gonna do the same as I do inside the company. Okay, so I'm gonna do a retention policy. Okay, so I'm gonna do it 90 days. After that, the log files need to be deleted. Okay, so this is a GDPR compliance criteria. So let's create this is optional, but a little bit professional if you want to impress recruiters, for example. So retention. I'm gonna put retention days. I'm gonna put it to 90 days. Very good. Now for the notification, as we said, we're gonna use Discord. So we're gonna go to Discord and create a webhook for notification. For now, I'm gonna leave it empty, but I'm gonna do it later. So Discord dash webhook dash URL equals. So leave this as empty for now, and we're gonna go back later to fill it. Okay, so make sure you did this correct, and also I'm gonna put this code on GitHub, so don't worry. Okay, so I'm gonna just now type Control S, Control X. So we saved the backup config, the log backup config file. Okay, so now we finished the 5 first steps. Now we need to do the step number 6, which is gonna be to create the main backup script. Okay, so this is I don't want to say it's the hardest part, but it's gonna be for sure the longest part. Okay, so the script is gonna be responsible for all the the features that we talked about. It's gonna be a modular script. It's gonna be like some kind of it's gonna be like a professional script to do every functionality we said, like the restoring, the backup mechanism, the notification, like everything. It's gonna be a little bit long, so I'm just gonna pause the video a little bit now, and I'm gonna go back and we're gonna start by creating that file. Okay, let's just type clear here. Okay, guys, let's go back. So now we're gonna create the main script for our backup mechanism. So this script's gonna be the main script. I'm gonna call it backup logs.sh. Okay, so it's not so you have to have some bash scripting knowledge because it's not gonna be very easy, but I will try to explain it as much as possible so you can understand. So it's gonna be a very professional script. We will have some security features like SSH authentication, a dedicated user, secure transfer. For the automation, we're gonna use Cron for scheduling. We're gonna use status tracking, like real-time progress in the CSV files, like if it's successful or not. We're gonna do some error handling. For the compliance feature, we're gonna be using audit logging, like every action we're gonna do is recorded. We're gonna do the retention policy for the automatic cleanup of old backups, and also GDPR ready, so 90 days retention by default. We're gonna have some monitoring features like the Discord notifications, performance reports, and the CSV reports. So as I said, I'm gonna try to do it as professional as possible. And whether you're gonna do this as a project or in your work, or you're trying to impress some recruiters, so this is a very good way to show them like you have a very strong bash scripting capabilities. Okay, so we're gonna create the backup log file. Okay, I'm just gonna call it like backups dash logs. Okay, so let's go to our machine. Okay, so okay, we are logged in as a backup user. Okay, clear. Let's do nano. Okay, let's call it backup dash logs dot sh. Okay, now our file created. Let's start. So first we're gonna declare it as a bash script file. So we're gonna do hashtags and the exclamation point dash use usr dash bin dash env bash. Okay, so here you can use just like a bin bash or wherever you want, but I did this so it's gonna be makes it more like portable across different systems. So as I said, I'm gonna try to make it as professional as possible. Okay, so you want to use a bin bash, it's okay, but this is like you can explain it as like it's more portable across like different systems. Okay, so let's start first by loading the configuration file. Okay, so let's call it config file. Okay, don't worry guys, every code I will put it in GitHub, so but I advise you to write it with me so you understand it more. Okay, so let's call it config file. Let's use a global variable of home. Okay, so when you use it, you can leave it as it is. You don't have to change anything. So a $ home slash. We said we put it in the log. We called it the log backup dot config dot conf. Sorry. Okay, so this is the path to the config file. Okay, so we load it here. Now some error handling. So let's say if the config file doesn't exist. So let's dollar config file. Okay, so if that file doesn't exist, so what we're gonna do, let's add a space here. Here. Okay, so if this file doesn't exist, then we're gonna just equal error just equal error like config file doesn't not found, for example. Okay, so let's write that. Let's add the variable config file. So this is some very good error handling if the file is not found. Okay, so in case of that file is not found, we'll just have an error message, and then we'll exit the script with error code 1. Okay, I think that is very clear. So here we finished the if statement, so we write fee. Okay, next we're gonna read the configuration file. So we're gonna use source the config file. Okay, $sign config file. This is to read the config file and load all the variables of the config file. So it's source config file. So now what are we gonna do? So we're gonna just like convert comma separated directories to array. Okay, so because inside the config files there are some variable separated with comma, so we're gonna put them into array. Okay, like we're gonna use the EFS to set the field separator to comma. Then we're gonna read the command splits the source directory string into an array, because in the config file the source directories we put only one, but afterwards I'm gonna see we can put multiple, and we're gonna separate them using a comma. Okay, so here we're gonna just separate them by the comma and put them inside an array. So let's use EFS equals the comma separator. Okay, read minus R. I know it's like some like a little bit complicated, but it's okay. So we're gonna just call it the source dears array, for example. Okay, now we're gonna use this operator, not okay, we're gonna use the lesser than operator, and then we're gonna put here the source dir variable. It's in uppercase, source dash dirs. Okay, so you will understand it more lately, but this is critical to us. Let's get now the host name of the machine. Let's run the host name command and put it inside the variable. Let's call it host name equals $. The command is gonna be like host lowercase, sorry, host name minus s. This is to run this command and put it inside the host name variable. Okay, like we're gonna store it inside the host name variable. Now we're gonna use a command to create folders if they don't exist, like the temp file and the temp file path and the CSV file. Here we already created them, but it's a very good practice to always create directories, even though we are sure that they are created, because inside a very complex like backup system, you're not sure that those files are created or not. So it's better always to put this command if they exist. It's no problem. So they exist. If they don't exist, they will be created automatically. So let's call it mkdir minus p, the temp path and the CSV path, that the variables inside the config file. So $temp path, and also the CSV path file, okay, directory, sorry. So CSV, I think we called it CSV path too. Okay, so here, if these directories don't exist, we're gonna create them. Okay. Also, we're gonna create that log file also. So all files that we mentioned inside config file. We're gonna here put commands to create them, like if we're not sure they are created. Okay, we are sure, but inside a very big system, this is always a good practice. So for the files, I'm gonna do touch $sign. We called it log file. The name of the variable is log file. To make sure of these names, you can go to the config file, and we will see that these are the variables that we used there. Okay, now let's start creating some functions. Okay, so as we said, we're gonna send everything like with their exact timestamp. So we need always to get the current timestamp in a readable format. Okay, so like let's use the date command and format the current date as like date slash time and the year dash month dash day and hour. Like I will just start by creating, like, let's call it get timestamp. Okay, this is our function. Let's open the curly brackets. Okay, so we're gonna use the date function. So date, the date will give us the date, but we want our date in a specific format. So let's do plus percentage. We're gonna start by the year, then the month, then okay. So the year in uppercase, the month in lowercase, and the day in lowercase, and also dash the hour in uppercase, the minutes also in uppercase, and the seconds in uppercase. Okay, so this is will give us the date in this exact format. Okay, so let's go down. Now we got the timestamp. Okay, so I'm just gonna change something here. So just like there's some a little bit. Just I'm gonna change it like this. So I said year. Now I want it to be dash the month and then dash. I forget to put the dash. Okay, and dash the month and then dash the day. And here we don't need this. So the hour. Let's do 2 points, and then the minutes, and then 2 points, and then the seconds. Okay, so this is the exact format we need. Sorry for that error. Now for file, for the timestamp and the file name, it's gonna be like very similar, but we're just gonna change a little bit of the format. So let's call it get. This is the file, the timestamp that's gonna be attached to the file name. Okay, so get file name dash timestamp. Let's call it this. Let's open the parentheses and then the curly brackets. Okay, sorry, just gonna delete this. Okay, so this is the format. So we're gonna use as usual the date command. Then we're gonna put it to. I'm just gonna copy this and I'm not gonna like redo it. Okay, so sorry, I'm just gonna add copy and then paste. Okay, so this is the timestamp that we need. So it's like y dash m dash day. Just the only difference here, I'm just gonna remove the dashes here. I'm just gonna remove them. I'm gonna remove the 2 points here because they're not necessary. I'm just gonna put the dash in the middle. So this is the format that is gonna be concatenated with the file name. Okay, so now let's start by implementing the business logic. So we're gonna start by creating a function to log actions to the audit log file. So I'm just gonna call it log action. I'm just gonna call the function log action. So I'm just gonna type it here. We're gonna call it. I'm just gonna like empty a little bit of the screen for you. I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna name it log action. Okay, and open the parentheses and open the curly brackets. Okay, let's start by creating the some parameters. So we're gonna use local keyword. Okay, so like sometimes we want to create some variables inside some functions, and we want to make them local. I will show you. I'm just gonna type the local keyword. Okay, so I'm just gonna call it. I want to do this, so I'm just gonna do like this bit. Okay, so local. It's a keyword, so make this variable only available within this function. It's gonna make this variable a local variable. Okay, I'm just gonna call it a local action variable. Okay, just gonna call it dollar. Put here $1 sign. Okay, so $1 is the first parameter passed to the function. Okay, so when the first parameter we put $1, so we mean that that variable gonna store the first parameter when we use this function. Okay, so I'm just gonna do another variable. I'm just gonna use the local keyword also, so I'm gonna just call it status equal the second parameter. Okay, so $2 means now the second parameter. Okay, and now I'm just gonna like append a line to the log file with the timestamp that we created. So I'm gonna use equal. Okay, $, the name of the function that we created before. It's called like get time stamp. Okay, also I'm gonna add the name of the user to that to the name of the file. So who am I? I'm gonna add also a variable. I'm gonna add action and status. Okay, so let's go action and also dollar status. Okay, so here like we're gonna like append a line to the log file. So inside the log file we're gonna append some lines. These lines will contain the timestamp, the user, the action, and the status. Okay, so this is gonna be like success or failed. Okay, we're gonna concatenate all this and put it inside the log file. So we have an actual log. Okay, make sure here. So I'm gonna use Shift and X. Okay, make sure to use the bigger sign. Okay, so each time each time a line created, it's gonna be under the previous line. If you use one, it's gonna overwrite the line. So make sure they are two, and we're gonna put it inside the log file. Okay, it's an uppercase log file, $log file. Okay, that's correct. So we did the log action function. I think I explained it well. So let's create now another function. Let's start by I think it's better to start by some small functions. Afterwards, we're gonna put it in the bigger functions. Okay, so here I'm just gonna write some useful functions. Now I think I'm gonna create the function to send Discord notifications. So I'm just gonna call it send Discord. Send Discord. I'm just gonna open curly brackets. You can fast forward the video if I'm talking slowly. Okay, so I open the curly brackets. I'm just gonna use another local variable. I'm just gonna call it message, and also it's gonna take the first parameter of this function, so $1. Okay, so this is gonna be the message that we're gonna send to Discord. So I think I'm gonna do an if statement to make sure if the Discord webhook URL exists. I'm just gonna do if. I'm just gonna open if minus n. I'm just gonna. I think the variable inside the config file is called Discord. Case. Okay, Discord. I think it's Discord webhook URL. Okay, so if this webhook variable exists, if this variable exists, then so we have our webhook. If it's not null, like if it exists, I'm just gonna move up here. I'm just gonna use the curl function to send, like the curl command to send HTTP request, like HTTP request. Okay, I'm just gonna call minus s. Okay, minus x, like to post. So post method. Okay, minus h. So let's add a header. Okay, header. So this is very useful. So just gonna write it in uppercase, lowercase, content type. Okay, the content type is gonna be application / JSON. Okay, so we're gonna send into JSON format. So we're gonna put here \. I think if you did web development, you already know this header. Let's add the content. So the content is gonna be the message, right? So we're gonna use the minus. We're gonna use the minus d to send data, the JSON message. So I'm just gonna put it on the same level as minus s, so minus d. I just wanna open the curly brackets, so / content. I know it seems like a little bit complicated, but trust me, guys, it's not that complicated. So content, and what's content is gonna be? It's gonna be the message. Okay, so we're gonna use a \. Okay, we're gonna use a \. Then we're gonna put our message variable. Okay, we're gonna use another / here, and we're gonna close it. Okay, so that is the content. Now we're gonna put the Discord webhook URL. Okay, so let's do $. Okay, Discord webhook URL. Okay, so now let's put it inside the dev null. Like we don't want to see the output anyways, so it's gonna be a lot of returned JSON, and we don't want to see that. Okay, so we only want to send the message. So any response from this post request, I'm gonna put it into the empty, let's say. Okay, so I'm just gonna use the shift gr x. Okay, I'm just gonna do it inside /dev inside /null. Okay, any returned message, whether it's an error or okay response, I don't want to see it because it's useless. So I'm just gonna control gr and x. Okay, and one. Okay, so I think it's clear for now. Let's type here fee because it's the end of our if statement. So I think that's it for the send Discord function. Now let's create the function to create the CSV report. Okay, because I think, yeah, because we're gonna need it later, so we're gonna create it now. Okay, so this function is to create and update the CSV report that we said we're gonna create. Let's enter it a bit. Okay, let's do it here. I'm gonna call it create CSV report. I'm just gonna open curly brackets, open this, open that. Okay, let's create a local variable too. I'm just gonna do space. I'm just gonna type it local. Let's call it like CSV file. Let's do equal. Let's open the curly braces now. Let's put the exact file, like the name of the file. Okay, so I'm just gonna use the CSV. Okay, CSV path. Okay, now the host name. Let's open curly brackets here. Use the global variable host name. Okay, and we want it. So the name of the file we want it in the name. It's gonna have the CSV path file, the host name, and also the timestamp. Okay, so also after the host name, I'm just gonna add backup. Okay, to make it clear that it's for the backup CSV. Okay, now I'm gonna use that function that we created, which is the get file name timestamp. So I'm just gonna use the $sign and open parentheses and just type the function name, which is get file name dash time stamp. Okay, and also the file name should end with CSV, of course. Okay, don't forget. Okay, now inside this CSV file, it should have like the columns. Okay, so the first element of the CSV file is gonna be the column names. Okay, so for this example, I'm just gonna use 4 columns, which is gonna be like the date, the host name, the directory, and the status. Okay, so this is always have to be the first line inside this file. So I'm just gonna do echo. The first column name is gonna be date. The second one is host name. The third one is the directory that we did the backup to. So directory, and the last one is gonna be status. So if it's successful or not, or failure. Okay, I'm just gonna put this inside the CSV file. Okay, so always the first line is gonna be the name of this column. Okay, So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add each directory to the CSV with pending status. Okay, because at first it's not successful, it's gonna be pending because we wait for the backup to finish. Okay, so it's not gonna be successful at first. So I'm just gonna and the directory we're gonna backup, they are the backup tiers that we mentioned inside the config file. We called them, I think, the source directories. Okay, and you remember we can have one or multiple source directories separated by a comma inside that config file. Okay, so let's do for each directory. Let's start by doing a for. So for dir in, you remember that we put the directories inside this variable, this array. So we called it source dirs array. Okay, so this is the syntax to access an array. Let's close it. Okay, so source dirs array. Let's close the curly brackets and let's close. Okay, so do. So for each directory, we're gonna loop through each directory in the source dirs file and append a line for each directory with a pending status. Okay, like without overwriting. So we're gonna have a line for each directory mentioned inside the config file. Okay, so let's type here. Let's put it here. Let's type echo. Let's use that get timestamp function. Okay, you see that get timestamp function and get file name timestamp functions are just to have a very nice and organized like file naming procedure, because if you work for a company you can't just put files without naming them, without having them organized and everything. So let's put the time inside for each directory. Let's put the date, because we have 4 columns. So the first column is going to be the current time, so dot get timestamp. The second one is going to be the host name, so we're going to use the global variable host name. The next one is going to be the directory, so $dir, which is the directory inside that array of directories, and we're going to put pending as the first status of the backup directories, because the backup is not finished and we're not sure that it's successful or failed. So we start by putting as a default as pending, and afterwards, if the backup is successful, it's gonna change to whether success or failure. Okay, so let's put it inside that CSV file. Okay, let's $sign CSV file. Okay, guys. Now I think that's it for our loop. So to close the loop, we need to type done. Okay, so now after creating those files, we need to send the initial CSV to backup server. So after creating the CSV reports, of course, we said we're gonna send them to the backup machine. We're gonna use the scp command for secure copy using SSH. Okay, I'm gonna show you the command. It's not hard. So scp, what we're gonna send? So we're gonna use the SSH key first. Okay, so we said that we saved the SSH key inside the SSH key variable. Okay, so what we're gonna send? We're gonna send this file that we created. So it's the $CSV file. Okay, So that's the file that we're gonna send. Okay, and of course, when we send using the scp command, we're gonna have some errors. So if we have error, we don't want to see it for now. So let's just like first let's put the destination user. Okay, so as you see, I'm just gonna use the variable inside the config file. That is what the config file is useful for. Like it's used for, instead of me writing each variable, each, for example, the dest user is user2. I don't have to write each time user2 or the IP address. I'll just mention the variable created inside the config file. All the necessary variables are created inside the config file. So the dest user, now the IP address, as you remember. So alt $, dest host, we call it the dest host. Okay, and we're gonna send it where exactly? We're gonna send it to that received, as you remember, we created inside the backup VM that received the CSV files, but we also saved it inside the config file under the name CSV dest path. Okay, so I think that's the correct name. I'm just gonna verify after we finish, but that's the correct name for sure. Okay, so now if there is an error, I don't want to see it for now, so I'm just gonna redirect it to /dev/null as we did previously. So /dev/null. Okay. Now we're gonna use that log action function that we created. Okay, so as you remember, the log action created, so we can log what we did. So everything we do, we need to put to log it. So after we send this is need to be logged. So I'm gonna use the log action method that we created previously. Uh, let's say the log is gonna be, for example, created CSV report. I'm just gonna also add the name of that CSV file. So $base name CSV file to get the file name of the file that we sent. I'm gonna add success as a message. Okay, as a second, if everything went great and it's sent successfully, so we're gonna put some success as a state. And let's print also a confirmation message. Why not? So echo, let's say created report. Let's mention the name of that report too. Like just gonna do the base name $CSV file. Okay, so we're gonna have also a message. Now let's just return the file name. Okay, so I think for this function it needs to return the file name. Okay, the file name path, so other functions can use it. Okay, so I'm just gonna add a last statement is echo $CSV dash file. Okay, because we're gonna use this function later on, so we're gonna need the file path that we created. Okay, so at the end we're gonna need that. So I'm just gonna make it return it using echo statement. Okay, now as we did this function to create a CSV report, now let's create a function to update the CSV status from pending to success. Okay, so because at first everything's gonna be pending, but if everything went fine, we need to like specify if it's like failed or success. So let's write a function that's gonna be a little longer, just clear some space. Let's start here, let's call it update CSV status. Okay, let's open parentheses, let's open curly brackets. Okay, I know it's gonna seem like a little bit complicated for now, but later it's gonna be much easier. So let's create the first variable. Let's call it CSV file. Let's put it as the first argument. So let's use the $1 sign, which is gonna be the path of the CSV file. We're gonna get it from the previous function. Okay, so let's now create a second parameter, which is gonna be what directory to update. So let's type local directory equals dollar, let's call it $2. Okay, and the last one is the status. Okay, so let's call it local, let's name it status, and it's gonna be the third parameter. Okay, spec $3. Okay, this is the third parameter. Okay, so let's first create a new temporary CSV file that we're gonna change later. So let's create another variable. Let's call it local temp file. Sorry, temp file. I'm gonna name it. I'm gonna take the name of that CSV file and I'm gonna use the CSV file variable. Okay. Dot. Let's add a TMP extension. Okay, because it's a temporary file. I'm gonna remove it later. Okay, so as we said, we're gonna reuse from the previous function the real name of that CSV file. So let's first read the original CSV and update the status. So let's use while statement. So while EFS. So we can read the file, read the CSV file line by line. Okay, so let's use the EFS equals read minus R, so we don't allow backslashes to escape characters. Okay, so here lines, let's do what? So let's say, okay, let's say if, let's put our condition here. So if the line contains the directory and contains the pending status. Okay, let's replace pending with a new status using string replacement. Okay, so let's say if dollar line, let's say equals, let's use the dot. Okay, dot means contains in this context. Okay, so if it contains, let's say directory variable, Okay, so if it contains this variable, so it's if the line contains the directory and contains the pending status. So let's add an and operator. So add the line, because if you don't use, I know that this command seems a little bit complicated, but if we don't use it afterwards, we're gonna always have the status at pending. We won't have a successful status or failure. It's always gonna be pending, because when we send something from a source to another machine, we need always to update like the status. Okay, so and if the line equals pending, then what we're gonna do, okay, then we're gonna replace that pending with the new status. Okay, so let's type here echo, let's put that line variable, so pending will be replaced by the status variable, whether it's success or failure. Okay, if not, let's say if not, like we don't have pending, we don't do anything. So I'm just gonna put here else we're gonna say, let's leave it as it is. So let's do echo the line. Okay, so we don't modify anything. Okay, so I think that is clear. Let's end our if statement. Let's type fee. Okay, so now let's get the input from the original CSV file. Okay, and replace the original file with the update one. Okay, so let's end the while. Okay, sorry, I deleted the fee. Okay, let's end that file, and after that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna what? We're gonna replace the original file with the updated one. Okay, so let's do it like this. Let's get first the input file from the original CSV file. Okay, so let's do it like this. Okay, out. Okay, let's do this command. Okay, let's get the CSV file. Okay, and let's put it, and let's also take, this is the input of the original file, and let's take also the output of the temporary file. So I think I do this. Let's delete the X. Okay, called it I think dollar temp file. Okay, now we're gonna replace the original file with the updated one. Okay, because now, as we said, like we changed the status, so we're gonna replace the original file with the updated one. So I'm gonna use the mv command. I'm gonna move. We can use it to move files or to rename files. Okay, so we're gonna move the temporary file to overwrite the original one. Okay, so let's move the temporary file. If they are in the same place, so it's gonna rename. Okay, so if they are in the same place, instead of moving, it's gonna rename or overwrite that file. So temp file, we're gonna move it to override the original one, which called the CSV 5. Okay, so now in the original file, the pending status is gonna change to the status that changed. Like instead of pending, it's gonna have either success or failure. Now, after updating this, we're gonna send the updated CSV to the backup server. Otherwise, it's gonna have also the backup server will always have the pending file. Okay, so let's use the scp command -i. Let's use the variable of the SSH key. Okay, we're gonna send the CSV file $CSV. Don't worry, guys, I'm gonna put all this code inside GitHub, and I put the description inside the description of the video on YouTube. So the destination is gonna be the variable. I think dest user, yes. Okay, and host IP address. We said it's I think dest host, yes. Okay, and the path, it's gonna be the CSV uppercase CSV dest path. Okay, so that's gonna be the correct path. Okay, if we have error, I'm just gonna put it inside the dev null directory so we don't get it. Okay, so I think this is gonna be the update CSV status function. I think this is, yeah, I think this is fine for now. Now let's do the backup function, which is gonna be honestly it's gonna be from the most important, one of the most important functions inside this script. As you can see, it's long. I understand, but that's necessary to implement the logic. Let's go down more. What are we gonna call it? So I'm gonna create a function to back up a single directory. Okay, so I'm just gonna call it backup directory. Okay, let's open parentheses, let's close them, let's open curly brackets, let's close them. Okay, so let's create the first parameter. It's gonna be the directory path to backup. So let's use the local. Let's call the function dir equals the first parameter, so $1. Let's create also a second parameter. It's gonna be the CSV file to update because we're gonna back up a directory. So each action has to be backup. It has to be recorded also inside the CSV file. So I'm just gonna call it CSV file. Don't worry if all the names are CSV file because these are local variables, so it doesn't affect anything. They are only inside the scope of this exact function. Let's get also the current timestamp for that file name. Okay, so let's use that function. As you remember, we created a function, so let's go. The variable is timestamp. Let's use that function to get the file name timestamp. Okay, so we get the exact timestamp of that file. So we can get the current timestamp for the file name. Now let's create the archive name, which gonna be in the format of host name /directory name /timestamp .tar GZ. Okay, so let's create the variable local. Let's call it archive name. Let's put equal here, $sign. Let's use, let's get the global variable host name. Okay, dash. Let's get the directory name. So let's do it like this. Okay, I'm gonna use base name and also dollar gear, and also let's get the timestamp. So let's get timestamp also. So this is the format of the created archive file name. We said that it's gonna be .tar.gz compressed format. Okay, so it has to be compressed. Okay, I don't know if you know the base name, but it is used to extract just the directory name from the full path. Okay, not the full path only. It's used to extract only the directory name. So for example, this is going to be slash backup user slash something slash main dir, for example. So this is going to extract only main dir. Okay, now let's create a variable that's going to hold the full path to the temporary archive file. Okay, so we set the, let's call it local also, let's call it temp archive. Okay, because all the temporary files are gonna be stored inside the temp path that we created. Okay, so let's use that variable that we created inside the config file. We called it temp path because each temporary file is gonna be stored there. Okay, so the name we created right now it's just the archive name. Okay, so we're gonna just use $archive name. Okay, so this is for the temp archives files. Okay, now we're gonna start the backup. So I think it's better to write a message to the user so he can know that the backup is starting. So let's write, for example, backing up and the name of the directory. So $sign dir. Okay, first step of the backing up is gonna be to create a compressed archive. So we're gonna use some command. We're gonna use the tar command. So we're gonna compress it. We're gonna create an archive. We're gonna compress it with gzip. We're gonna also specify the file name and change to directory first. Okay, so let's start by creating an if statement. So let's go down a little bit. I don't know why this is created. Okay, let's put it here. So if tar dash czf, what we're gonna mention here, we're gonna mention the temp archive. Okay, temp archive minus c. We're gonna mention also the dir name. Okay, so let's type just dir name and dollar the directory that we're gonna compress. Let's get also the base name I will I finish, I will explain the command. So I think it's base name, yes, $dir, and I will put every error message, I will put it in the dev dash null. Okay, so the tar command breakdown, like we used here, we used -c to create an archive, -z to compress with gzip. Remember we installed it. The f to specify the file name. Okay, so we specify the file name as temp archive. Okay, -c. This command is gonna be used to change to directory first. So the paths in the archive is gonna be relative paths. Okay. So here the dir name dir used to get the parent directory path. For the base name dir, I think I explained to get just the directory name. So dir the first one is the parent directory path, and here the directory name. Okay, and we use this always. We use the dev null to like express error messages. Okay, now we created the compressed archive because we need to compress it. Then we said we're gonna send it. Okay, so okay, here there's a typo. I'm just gonna change that. Okay, now we're gonna send it. So we're gonna use, as you remember, the scp command. Okay, so I'm just gonna type here. Just a second. Okay, I hate. I don't know. Nano is not the best way to edit files here, but it's okay. We can work with it. So, as you remember, the command to send is gonna be scp minus I, the ssh variable, so $ssh key. Okay. We're gonna send it to the backup server. So we're gonna send what? That temporary archive file. Sorry. So we called it the temp archive. Okay, we're gonna send it to where? As usual, the destination user alt $, the destination host. Okay, and we're gonna add the path, which gonna be the dest path. So $dest path. Okay, I'm gonna also suppress, as usual, is the best practice to suppress the error messages. Okay, so I'm gonna type then. So what we're gonna do now, so if the scp command succeeded, so let's update the status of the pending to success. Okay, so let's use, so if the scp command successful, let's log that too. So as you remember, we created a function called log action. So every action that we do, we're gonna log it. That's what make a successful logging mechanism and backup mechanism. Okay, so if we send anything to the backup server, or we did any action that needs to be logged, we use the log action function to start it. So let's write, for example, backed up. Let's add the name of the dir. So $, dir. Okay. So watch out of typing mistakes. Okay. Let's add also success. Okay, as another parameter. Let's also update the CSV status. So update CSV. status here. It's a function as you remember, so let's update the CSV from, let's put the first parameter is going to be our CSV file, and the second one is the directory. Okay, and the third one is success because we did the backup successfully. Okay, and also it's better also to create a message to the user after each successful success or failure. So let's type success and let's add the name of the directory. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, we're gonna clean up the local temp file. As we said, now we did compress, and we did compress the archive file, and we did send it to the backup. So let's clean up the local temp file. Let's remove the temporary archive file. Okay, so we're gonna use the command rm minus or dash f. The temp file we called it temp archive. Okay, make sure we write the correct name of variables. Let's return the code 0 in case everything is successful. Okay, so this is all if the scp command is successful. But what if the scp command has failed? So let's type else in case of failure. So what we're gonna do in case of failure, let's log up the failure. So let's use the log action. So any action we do, we need to log it. So let's use that. Let's put the message as failed to send. So the user will understand and will see the log of the failure. Okay, so let's move the name of the directory here. And let's put the status to failed. Okay, and also same as always, let's use the function to update the CSV status. So now it's gonna be failed. Okay, so it's the same as the previous one, just like we put the parameter, the CSV file, the directory, and the message is gonna be failed. Okay, so we only changed the message from success to failed, or from pending to failed. Let's also type a message to the user. So let's tell him that we failed to send that directory to the backup server. Okay, and always let's remove that temp file. Okay, so you can copy the commands instead of writing it. It's better to write them, but you can copy them. It's not a big deal. Okay, so we clean up always whether it's failure or success. We're gonna clean up the temporary files. So we use rm-f to delete that file, and let's return an error code. So it's gonna be return 1. So this is it for the scp function. I think we covered every possible scenario. Okay, so I'm just gonna so we did the first else of the first if, so we did this block. Now we need to do this. So in the case of failed compression, okay, if the dark commands failed, we need always to use the same principle. So I'm just gonna copy this because it's gonna be the same. So copy, just gonna paste it here. Just gonna push this a little bit. Okay, I'm just gonna push it. Okay, so we're gonna log the action. I'm just gonna say instead of failed to send, failed to compress, the dir and failed. Okay, update status the same, CSV file failed. The message is gonna be failed to compress, and the error is gonna be 1. Okay. Okay, so I think that's it for this function. Let's end it. Let's add the end statement. So that's it. So this is how to back up a directory, to compress the directory and send it to the backup server. In case of success and failure, we have multiple actions, like we're gonna log that success or failure, and we're gonna update the CSV status. Okay, now we're gonna do our main backup function, which gonna coordinate the entire backup process. I'm just gonna call it, for simplicity, I'm just gonna call it do backup. Okay, because it's gonna be the main function here. Okay, so I'm just gonna skip a little bit so we have more clean space. I'm just gonna call it do backup. Okay, let's open. Let's start first by creating a variable, a local variable. Let's call it start time. Okay, this variable is gonna be used to get the current time in seconds. That's it. Okay, this is gonna be used to calculate the duration afterwards. Okay, I'm just gonna use the local start time equals. I'm just gonna use the $sign. The date, I'm gonna take it in the seconds format. Okay, so plus $sign S in uppercase. Okay, so this is the main function. So this is when we use this function, that's gonna mean that the backup process has started. So let's log that. As we said, it's better to log everything. We did a good thing. We created a function to log everything, so we don't have to write multiple lines. So let's use that function. So log action. Let's say backup started as a first parameter and as a second parameter started as a status. Okay, so let's also print a message to the user. It's better, so let's say starting backup process. Okay, let's put multiple dots here. Okay, let's create now a CSV report and get the file name. Okay, let's start by creating a variable. Let's call it local CSV file. Let's now use the create CSV report to store the result. Okay, so I'm just gonna use, as you remember, we created a method called create CSV report. So that CSV file, I'm gonna put inside it the report. Okay, so dollar, the function is called create CSV reports. Okay, so I'm just gonna, after that, I'm gonna remove any extra text. I think I need to do it. So we have okay, let's just do it. Let's get only the last line. Get only the last line. Okay, that's gonna be better. Okay, so I'm gonna use CSV file equals. Let's use the dollar sign echo dollar CSV file name. Okay, so CSV file. Let's get the last line. So we're gonna use the pipeline. So tail -1. So to make sure that we get the last line, only the last line. Okay, so I think this is good for now. Okay, CSV file, now echo CSV file, -1. Okay. Now let's back up each directory. Okay, so we're gonna create a success count and a fail count. Okay, so we count the success and the failure. Okay, so we're gonna create another variable called success count. Let's initialize it as 0, and another variable is gonna be fail count, initialized as 0 also. Now let's start our loop. Okay, so let's loop the directories. So for directory in, as you remember, we created an array that contains all our directories. So let's call it source dirs array. Let's open this. Let's put the curly brackets. Let's close it. Let's open this and let's put back. Okay, do. So I'm gonna loop through each directory in the backup list. Okay, because those are the directory that we need to back up. So let's check if the directory exists. If it exists, we call the backup directory function that we created just now. Okay, if it returns 0, 0, so it's gonna be a successful count, and else it's gonna be a fail count. Okay, so let's do, for example, if the directory exists, so -d dollar directory. You know, I hate that there is no auto suggestion here, but it's okay. Okay, then if it doesn't, if the directory exists, then we're gonna call the backup directory function. So if backup directory, let's put the directory variable, directory parameter, and also the CSV file parameter. Okay, then so as you remember, that function returns 0 in case of success. So here, if backup directory and the directory here and a CSV file, then if that returns 0, so we're gonna just increment the success count by 1. So success count plus plus, and else if it's gonna fail, we're gonna increment the fail count plus plus. This is in case of a failure. So this is the end of this if statement. Okay, so the first, so here if the directory doesn't exist, so let's type else. If it doesn't exist, let's let's print a message. That's it, I think. Directory not found. You know, I could like not be doing the else's, but it's a very good way to learn error handling. So I said I'm gonna just write a professional script. So in any professional script, you have to have a very good error handling. Okay. So also let's log it. Why not? If I don't find the directory, so I'm just gonna use the function the log action. So let's say the directory is missing as a message. Let's put the directory parameter or the directory variable. Okay. Okay, I think it's a typo. Let's put the directory name. Let's add 2 point here. A status. Let's add failed. Okay. Also, why not? We can update the CSV status. So the update, I'm gonna use the update CSV function. So update CSV status. Okay, we're gonna put the CSV file as a parameter and the directory as a parameter too. And let's add the status as not found. So we log everything, guys. Nothing escapes. And because it's failure, let's also increment the fail count plus. Okay, I think that's a very nice error handling here. Very nice. I think we don't need to add anything else. So let's do done. Let's close our for loop. Now what we're gonna do? We're gonna clean up the old backups, as we said, for a retention policy. We're gonna clean up the old backups inside the backup server. Okay, so let's use the SSH command because we're gonna send it to the backup server. So SSH minus I. Okay, let's put the variable $sign SSH key. Also the destination user, so dest user, dest user, also the dest host. Okay. Let's also let's use the command to find the destination path and to delete it. Okay, so let me write the command, and after that I will explain it. Okay, so okay, let's use a backslash here. Let's get down. Let's use the find command. Okay, so find the destination path. Okay, so this is optional, but it's a good way to show that you have a good retention policy. So the destination path. So we're gonna search inside the destination path of the backup server. Anything with a file name that contains the or that ends with .tar.gz. Okay, so any old backup file we're gonna delete. So that's how to know if we find the M time or modification time. let's say is superior, for example, at the retention days, which is gonna be 90 days. Let's say I'm gonna delete it. Okay, so delete. Okay, so I think this is the best way to do it. Okay, if it's got very old, okay, we're gonna delete it. Okay, like and any, let's also suppress the error messages. So if I have any error message, I'm gonna suppress it. Okay, shift and X, okay, slash dev slash no. Okay, this is optional, but for me, I don't want to see any useless message. So I'm gonna explain this command again. So the sh command is used to run on backup server. The find command here, it's a command to search for files, okay, with the name, as we said, ends with dir.gz. The mtime option is gonna like means files older than retention days, okay, and delete here, delete those files, okay. I think that's fine for now. Okay, so now let's, if all these commands passed, now we're gonna, that means that our backup has finished. So I think when we finish the backup, we need to log that action. So we're gonna use again the log action. Let's first get the current time. Okay, so we finished all this. Now we need to get the current time. So local end time. Let's call it end time because now we're gonna use it to calculate the duration of the backup, which is gonna be useful when we send the monitoring performance report. Okay, so the performance gonna show us the time or the duration of the backup. So it's called the second variable duration, which gonna be the difference between the end time and the start time. As you remember in the beginning, we created a variable called start time to indicate the start of the backup. Okay, so now let's log the finishing of the backup. So we use the log action. Let's say backup completed. Let's also, we count the success count and the fail count, so let's mention it, like, so we can see what backups are successful and backups have failed. So we call the variable success count. Okay, so like for example, if you have new 5, it's gonna mention backup completed 5 success. Let's also add the variable for the fail count. So fail count failed. So this is gonna be the message, and the status is gonna be completed. Okay, so remember we need to log everything. Okay, afterward, if everything good, we don't have no failure, as I mentioned, there are some notification options. So we said we're gonna notify using Discord. So if we don't have to have fail count, so if fail count is equivalent to 0, if we don't have any failure in our backup, then we're gonna send a Discord message. So I'm just gonna call it we're gonna use the function that we created earlier, which called send discard. We created this function before. Let's write send discard backup. Why am I writing backup completed successfully on, let's indicate our host machine on host name. Let's also indicate the success count. Okay, so let's say we have 10 success counts, so 10 directories backed up in. Let's mention also the duration, and we have a variable called duration. That's how you want. Okay, this is just like when you surpass the line, it does this. That's not a big deal. So $duration, let's close it. Like duration, we said it's gonna be in seconds. So I'm gonna just add s at the end to mention the seconds. So that's the whole line. Okay. But else, in case of a failure, let's send a Discord message. I'm just gonna copy this. I'm just gonna copy it like this. It's okay, not the whole line, but it's okay. Just paste it here. Okay, I'm just gonna delete this. Okay, send Discord. So backup completed, let's say, with errors. Okay. Okay, so no need for the host name because it failed anyway. So with errors, let's mention the success count because maybe some of them are successful and some of them are wrong. So let's mention both. So success count, success, like 3 success, and $fail count, failed. I think this is good. Okay. Let's close that if statement. And I think that's it for our function. Yeah, I think that's it. We did everything. We did all the necessary steps, the compression, the notification, the backup. This was the main function for our system. But there are still some other functions that we need to add, like the restore, the adding, the modification. It's a little bit like long, but it's okay. Okay, well, there's still a lot of work to do, but we have to finish every necessary function. So next step, let's clean it a little bit. I'm gonna create a function. So what does the function do? It's gonna add directories to the backup list because the backup list it's created inside the conf file, and in default it contains only one directory. So let's say I want to add another directory to backup, so I should be able to do that. So let's create this function. Let's call it add directory. Okay. Let's open the curly brackets. Let's close it. Okay. So let's create a local variable. Let's call it new dir. Okay. Let's make it as the first parameter. Now, when we get that directory, let's make sure it exists. So if let's put -z if that new directory, if like -z, you're gonna check if the string is empty. So otherwise it doesn't exist. The string that we entered for the name of the directory is empty. So let's write a message. If that parameter is empty, then let's type echo let's say add path to directory. Okay, so let's type that message. So we make sure that we need to add the path, and afterward we need to exit with an error code 1. That's it for this if. Okay, now we're gonna do another if statement. I'm just gonna copy it. There's no need to. We're gonna just see if that. Sorry. We're gonna see if that directory exists. So I'm just gonna add a little bit of spacing. Okay, so if minus, now it's gonna be -d. If the directory that doesn't -d mean exists, so we need to add not. So if not -d doesn't mean that if that the directory doesn't exist. So let's type error for example, directory doesn't exist. Okay, let's put also the variable that we indicated, so new dir, and we're gonna exit also with code 1. Okay, now also when we add a directory, we need to check if that directory doesn't already exist, because that directory could exist in that source dirs in the config file. So we need to remember that and to make sure that also it doesn't exist. So I'm just gonna type it here. So if how can I do it? So I'm gonna use echo, I think, to print the source directories, and then use grep to search. Yeah, that's the best thing, I think. So if put your donor source, I think it's all in uppercase. Yeah. Source dirs. Okay. We print the source dirs, and then with the pipeline operator, and then we're gonna grep that name. Okay, let's use the -q. Okay, new directory. Then, okay, so -q means like quiet mode without output. So just gonna verify that's it. We don't need to have an output. Okay, so we're gonna search that new dir inside the source dirs. Okay, so if it exists, like if it's returned true, we're gonna print echo. So echo directory already exists. Okay, and we're gonna exit. Let's exit like with code 0, because there is no problem if the directory exists. Okay, we don't need to interrupt the function. We're just gonna receive that the directory already exists. Okay, and we have ended our function. Now, in case we passed all these if statements, we need to add the directory to the source dirs. Okay, so let's first check if the source dir is empty. Like this is gonna be the first one. The first directory is gonna be added there. So let's do the -z. See the $sign. Okay. So if the source dir is empty, so -dir, that means if it's empty, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna use the sed command. Okay, so we're gonna edit the file. Okay, so we're gonna use some specific pattern. Okay, I will write the comment and then I will explain it to you. So sed -i, we're gonna replace, we're gonna use s, then this. Use the, where can I find this? That's it. Okay, let's replace the source dir equals dot. Okay, I'm gonna replace that by what? By, I'm gonna explain, guys. Just I finished the command. Okay, sorry, this is not uppercase. Equals backslash dollar new dir, which is our variable. Let's close it. Let's go there. Let's do the operator. That's it, and the second is gonna be the config file. Okay, we finished the command. So I'm gonna explain to you what. So the set command, like to replace the source dir line and config file. So -i means edit file in place. Okay, so we're gonna edit the config file. The s, we use here s, and this is the pattern. You see, this is the pattern, and this is the replacement. Okay, so we separate them by this operator, the pipeline operator. Okay, so that is the pattern. Like we're gonna substitute this by this pattern. Okay, because this is the first line of the first like directory to add there. So what we're gonna replace? So here source dir like dot this. Okay, so it means like the line starting with the source dir and anything after. Okay, so we're gonna replace this line by this line. Okay, so we're gonna take the full source dir line, we're gonna replace it by the same source dir, but equals, we're gonna add that new dir to the source directories. This is, I know this is complicated, but this is only in case if the source dir is empty. Okay, I think this is seems a little bit complicated, but it's the best like option to replace it, in my opinion, of course. Okay, so that's in that if statement. So now we added the new directory to the beginning of the list with a comma. Okay, so I think we forget to add a comma here because it should be, everything here should be separated by, but no, the first one we don't need the comma, the second one we need the comma, not the first one. Okay, so this is in case of there is no like, so there's no directory inside the source dir, but in case of there are directories. So let's type else. So if the source dir had, I'm just gonna copy this, honestly, I'm not gonna write all of this again. So in case that we already have, we're gonna add the name of this new directory to the source dir. So set minus I, the same. We're gonna replace the source dirs. The reason is I'm gonna add a new directory to the beginning. I'm gonna add a new directory to the beginning of the list. Okay. So I'm just gonna clean this up a little bit. So the source dir, we're gonna remove this. Okay. So we're gonna replace the source dir with what? We're gonna replace it by the source dir with the new directory. Leave this like this. The new directory. I'm gonna just add a comma here. Okay, so I'm gonna add a comma. Okay, just gonna remove this here and add it right here. Okay, so we're gonna add a new directory to the beginning of the list with a comma. Okay, I think you understand, but I know it's a little bit complicated, but the only solution for this is the simplest solution is we use the sed command. Okay, so when we add a directory, of course we have to log that operation. So I'm just gonna use use the log action function. So type it log action. I'm gonna put the message, so added directory. I'm gonna also add the name of directory, so new directory. Okay, and I'm gonna add the status as success. Let's also print a message, so echo. I'm gonna just write added directory backup list. I'm just gonna mention also the name of the directory, new directory, and let's close it. Okay, so this is the function to add a directory to our list of directories. Now we're gonna also have a function called remove directory. Okay, so I think we're gonna add that function. Okay, we're gonna add also the report function, the restore function. I think we're gonna need another like 4 functions. Another like the remove, the report, the scheduling function. Yeah, that's it. I think we're missing another 4 functions, and after that we finish. Don't worry, guys. I will give you the code. I will put it in the description under the video. Okay, so let's create this function, which is gonna be remove directory. Okay, let's give it a local variable. Let's call it remove directory, which is gonna be the parameter for this function, the first parameter. Okay, so let's do like the same as usual. Like if the the parameter is empty, we'll say like you need to add the path. I think we did that. I'm just gonna copy it. Okay, I'm gonna copy this, the first one. Okay, copy. Just gonna paste it here. So we got that directory. I'm just gonna type paste. Fix this. Okay, so I'm just gonna change here to remove dir. Okay, so if the remove tier doesn't exist of the string we typed of the path, it's empty. Like we need to give it to send it a message like add the path to directory. Now we're gonna move that directory from the list inside the config file. We're gonna use the same, like we're gonna use the sed function as we did before, the sed command, sorry, not the sed function. Okay, just type sed minus e. Let's remove the source tier in the config file. Okay, let's do like this. Let's remove the directory from the beginning of the list. Okay. So let's do this like to remove the directory from the middle of the list. Like if it's preceded by comma. Let's do like this. So s pipeline. So we said it's preceded by if it's in the middle, like preceded by a comma. So in case of it in the middle, let's do like this. So remove dir. Okay, so we're gonna, so as you see, after the pipeline we put nothing. So it's gonna be, it does mean like replace the remove dir variable with nothing. Okay, so the file is the config file, because the file that we're gonna delete that line from, it's called the variable called the config file. Okay, now in case of the beginning of the list, so as the last time, let's also do if the directory is on the beginning. So let's copy this. It's very similar. I'm just gonna copy and paste it. Okay, so I'm just gonna like, so it's not gonna be preceded by comma, it's gonna end by comma if it's the first one. Okay, because the first directory doesn't have a comma in front of it. So replace that with nothing. Okay, so that's it. And the last thing is we're gonna handle the case where it is the only directory. This is the most difficult one. In case of it doesn't have uh, any. I'm just gonna copy this. I think it's gonna be similar to this. Okay, just gonna copy this line. Okay, in case you see, guys, I know it's a lot of writing, but to have a nice code, we need to take care of every possible scenario. So where if it was the only one, so we're gonna replace the source directory and the name of the, okay, let's keep it like this, the source directory, and equals backslash, here not source, and we're gonna change it to remove dir, that variable called remove dir. I think here I need to have a dollar sign. Okay, so we're gonna remove that, and remove dir, we're gonna replace it by, to the pipeline, we're gonna replace it by the source dir's, we're gonna empty it. So I'm gonna just delete this. Let's type here source tiers equals, let's type a backslash. Okay, so this is backlash, we're gonna use this, another backlash. Watch out, guys, it's a little bit sensitive. We remove that comma and we leave it like this. We're gonna replace it in the config file. Okay, that's it, the command, I think it's correct. Now, as usual, I'm gonna log, I'm gonna just copy and paste it, no need to write it. So I'm just gonna copy, paste, So removed, so I'm just gonna say remove directory, remove dir success equal, here I'm gonna change it also, remove, and here removed directory from backup list. Okay, I think that's it with our function. Now, as we said, we're gonna schedule an automatic backup. So we need to create a function that is responsible of the scheduling. We're gonna use cron. I think everyone who uses Linux has an idea about cron. We did download it, as you remember, in the first of the video. So let's call the function schedule backups. Okay, let's open curly braces, let's close it. Okay, let's create a cron job for a daily backup at 2 a.m. So each day at 2 a.m. An automatic cron is gonna be launched. So let's call a variable cron job. Let's call the variable cron job. Let's put the string of the cron format. Okay, so 0, we said at 2 a.m. every day. So hash space star space star. So I'm just gonna finish the command. I'm gonna explain it all. Okay, so let's indicate the script. So each time at 2 a.m. this script is gonna be initiated. So this is gonna be the command to initiate the script. Okay, let's do this. Let's put it here. Let's put it inside this log file. And 2. Okay. If I have an error, I want to suppress it. Okay, so this, what does it mean? I'm just gonna close the. Okay, so this gonna mean, so as you can see here in the current format, so we use this command, which means every day at 2 a.m. So the current format start with 0, so 0 start with 0 minute, then hour number like 2 a.m. Then it's the day, then the month, then day of the week. Okay, then it's the command that we want to cron it. So here we put star and stars, so we mean like each day, every day. So the star means every like the format of the, like here it's gonna be every day, the other one every month, the other one every day of the week. Okay, and here 0 means 0 minute, and here 2 means 2 a.m. Okay, and this is the command we're gonna do when that cron is scheduled. Okay, and here is to put the result of this command inside this backup cron log file, whether it's success or failure. Okay, now of course after creating a cron job we need to add it to the cron tab. Okay, so we're gonna use some command like cron tab minus L to list the current cron jobs. Okay, we're gonna use grep also. Just like I'm gonna start like writing it. It's not gonna be complicated. So let's type cron tab minus L to list every cron to list the current cron jobs. Okay, the error messages I want to suppress them. So just gonna do this. The dev null directory. Okay, what we're gonna do, we're gonna use grep minus v. Okay, so we're gonna remove any existing backup jobs. Okay, I'm just gonna show you how. Backup logs dot sh. Okay, echo. Let's write down cron job minus job. Let's close the curly brackets. Now let's use the pipeline cron tab and dash. Okay, so what we're gonna do? We're gonna list the current cron jobs. We're gonna use grep -v backup logs.sh to remove any existing backup jobs. Okay, we're gonna echo the cron job so we can add our new job, and the last one is the pipe cron tab to the pipe the result to replace the current cron tab. Okay, after that we're gonna also log it. So I'm gonna use this command. I'm gonna copy this. We don't need to write it every time, so not a biggie. Go down a little bit. Just gonna paste it here. I think it's better. Okay. So what's gonna be the log action is gonna be schedule like scheduled automatic backup. That's gonna be the message, and the state is gonna be success. So this is the function, as we said, it's for like automatic backup each day at 2 a.m. Okay, so it's gonna be very useful. Let's also echo a message. Let's type automatic backups scheduled like daily. Right? Daily at 2 a.m. Okay, I'm gonna just remove this. I don't need it. Okay, and also let's show the cron log. Okay, so we can see the logs. I think it's gonna be useful too. So we're gonna do echo cron log. Let's use the exact path. So $home slash backup dash cron dot log, so we can see the cron log to make sure like everything works. I think that's it for the scheduling. Yeah, that's it. This is for automatic scheduling each day, like at 2 a.m. Now we're still missing the generate report function, and also I think the restore function. I think that's it for now. I think that's it. We're gonna add another two functions and call it a day. Yeah, that's it, I think. Okay, let's start by implementing. I know it's very long, guys, but I told you it's gonna be a complete like professional script. Okay, so I'm just gonna create a new function which is gonna be generate report. So I honestly I need to say that I'm not that fastest writer. Okay, so I take time when I write. Okay, so let's create a local variable. Let's call it report file. Let's create the file name with the performance prefix. Okay, so let's do it like this. So CSV path dash, let's do the host name here. Okay, let's do bash, let's do performance, let's add the word performance, let's get the file name timestamp, so file name timestamp, and also it's gonna be a CSV file. Okay, I forgot to do the just I'm gonna add the note here. Okay, that's how the name is gonna be. Okay, I think let's do a message echo. So when we start generating report, let's do a message like this: generating performance report. Okay, let's close it. Let's start by getting some statics from the backup server. Okay, so these are like the statics that we're gonna use to do our backup, our performance report. Okay, so let's get them and put them inside some files. Okay, so let's just here write local, let's call it the backup count. Okay, so backup count on the remote server. Okay, so how many files we backup? We did the backup to how many directories? So let's use this. Let's use SSH command -I to access. Like always, we use SSH to access anything in the backup server. So here we do $SSH key global variable. Okay, like dist user. Okay, now the dist host. Just the dist host. Okay, now we're gonna use the find command. Okay, so I'm just gonna type find in the destination path, of course. So find, damn it, find dest path. Okay, so inside the dest path, I'm gonna calculate how many files, how many compressed files, or the backup files. Okay, so find dest path, the name, anything that ends with TARJZ. Okay, anything. Let's use now the pipe operator to count them. So W, we're gonna use the command WC -L. Okay. Now I'm gonna suppress. If there's error messages, I'm gonna suppress them. So I'm gonna use as usual that command. So I'm gonna put it inside dev, inside null. Okay. And if, let's say, if the command fails, I'm gonna type 0 because we're gonna count something, so we cannot type error, so I'm gonna just type a number. So I'm just gonna type 0 in case of the command fails. Okay. Now let's get the size. Now that we get the count, the number, now let's get the size. How many bytes? Okay. I'm just gonna copy this, gonna be similar to. I'm just gonna copy. Sorry, I'm just gonna do the copy command. Okay, just copy. I'm just gonna paste it. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy, call it call the variable the backup size. Okay, so it will use SSH, dest user, dest host, but here we're not going to use the find command. Let's use the du command. Okay, so du -sh. Okay, we hear the dest path, the destination path is the same. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, just gonna remove this too. Okay, so this user du pass. Okay, du sh destination path. I'm just gonna delete this too for now. I'm gonna suppress every error message. I don't need it. And I'm gonna use this operator to cut the first column, and then okay, so this the du gonna give us information about the system, like the size and everything, and we use the cut command to get the first column, because the first column is the column that contains the information that we need, which is the size. Okay, so otherwise, in case of failure, like we did with the first one, I'm gonna just type echo 0 bytes. In case of like an error, the function did not work. Now the third one, let's for example let's count the CSV report files. Okay, I think we can do that too. So I'm gonna just paste like we did. I'm just gonna change, like I'm gonna call it CSV count. Okay, how many CSV files we have? So we're gonna use the same thing, SSH -a, SSH key, the dest user and dest host. I'm gonna use the find command also. So find, but not in the dest path. I'm gonna use the CSV dest path. Okay, so CSV dest path name. Okay, so on the name we're gonna search for anything that ends with CSV, not TIR. We're gonna calculate how many CSV files, and then we're gonna count how many lines we have. Okay, so and afterwards I'm gonna suppress the errors. So inside no, and in case of error with the command I'm gonna type 0. Okay, I think that's it. Now let's create the performance report. Okay, so it's gonna be a CSV report. So we're gonna start filling the header of that CSV report. So let's echo report date. This is gonna be the first column inside the CSV report. The second one, let's put the host name. The third one, the total backups that we search for. The fourth one is the backup size. Okay. The fifth one is gonna be the total CSV reports. What we're gonna add? We're gonna add also, let's say, the retention days, to always be able to see how many days we have left. Okay, we're gonna put, this is the first line which is gonna be created inside the report file, the CSV report file. Okay, so I'm gonna name it report. It's gonna be the first line, which is the columns of that CSV file. Okay, now now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create what? We're gonna add some data. Okay, we're gonna add the first line, which contains the data that we search for. So we're gonna use the echo command too. Okay, so we're gonna put the second line, which gonna fill all this column. Okay, so the first one is the report date. Okay, so we're gonna use the get timestamp to get the current time. So get timestamp. The second one is the host name, so we're gonna use the variable host name. After that, the backup count, I'm gonna copy it too. I'm just gonna use $, here, backup count. The next one is the backup size. Damn it. Okay, I'm just gonna be at $. The next one is the CSV count. Don't forget to add the $, in front of the variable. Okay, and the retention names, we already have a variable called a global variable, a config file variable called retention days. Okay, so this is gonna be the second line, which gonna contain all the information of our report file. Okay, so this is what we're gonna have inside. Okay, so we finished it. Then the last thing we're gonna need to do is we're gonna send the report back to the backup server. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this because some things are similar, so I'm just gonna copy this command, copy, just gonna paste it here. Okay, so SSH, so we're not gonna use SSH, so to send we're gonna use SCP to send the file. So we're gonna send the performance record, so SCP -e SSH key. What we're gonna send? We're gonna send the report file. So we're gonna add here the report file parameter. So here are the report file, the destination user and the destination host. Okay, that's correct. We need the $sign here. I think I did not do yeah, there's a sorry of this error, guys. Add the $sign here in front, the destination user. Okay, don't forget, I just forget, it's okay. Okay, so to the destination host, we're gonna add also the path, so the path is gonna be inside the CSV test path. Okay, I'm gonna suppress the errors also. I'm just gonna type 2. Okay, /dev/ not. Okay, now I'm just gonna log the action as always. So log action generated performance report and success as a status. Okay, now I think it's a good practice also to write, like we can show it to the user also. Let's type like equal performance report. Okay, let's add some styling. Okay, so we first did the backup files, so total backup files, variable which will be the backup count. The second one is the total backup size. It's gonna be the backup size variable. The next one is gonna be the total CSV reports. Okay, so we called it CSV count. We're gonna also show the retention policy, like we have the variable retention days. Okay, so here. And also let's show the file name. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. So report saved. Let's get the base name of that report. So base name of that report file, so we can see the name of that file. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it too. How to generate a report. Now I think it's gonna, we need the last function is gonna be restore backup. It's like a function. It's like a function, so we're able to restore some files from the backup server if we have some corrupted like files or something. It's a very good function, so let's call it restore backup. This is the last function. Okay, we're almost finished. Okay, so let's create first variable called backup file, which is the first parameter. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this. If if you did not specify the name of that file, we're gonna get an error. We're gonna just copy this from the remove directory function. We're gonna paste it right there. Okay, so let's go up here. Okay, let's paste. So let's make sure everything is well placed. Is it the same line or? Okay. So if the backup, sorry guys. So if the backup file doesn't exist, okay, let's change this to backup file. Okay, if the backup file doesn't exist, then we're gonna get the message like restore the backup file name. I'm just gonna restore, okay, the path. I think we have an issue. Wait just a second. Here I forgot to, yeah, here it's not add, it's to remove. Okay, because we copied from add and I forget to change it. Okay, because when we use the program, when we finish it, we need to type the word restore if you want to restore, we need to type the word remove if you want to remove. Okay, and the path also. Okay, So if the backup file, if no backup file are there, we need to mention that you need to provide. Let's also, okay, let's also show the user the list of, yeah, why not? Let's also show the user the list of available backups. So let's type echo available backups on like dollar test host. Okay, now let's do an SSH function so we can get like the last 10 backup files from the remote server. I'm just gonna copy the SSH function. Just gonna copy this. Copy. Okay, let's paste it here. Okay, paste. So sh minus I, sh key, dest user, dest host. Okay, the command is gonna be ls to list. So ls minus array, the dest path, so dollar dest path to list all like the compressed backups. So .tar, sorry, .tar, .gz, and also we're gonna show only the last 10 files, tail minus 10. Okay, I think that's very great. After that we're gonna exit with code of error code. Okay, so now we're gonna start doing the backup function. Okay, so what we're gonna do exactly, so let's do NSCP. Let's like write a message to the user. So echo restoring backup and put the name of that backup file. Okay, so let's download that file. We're gonna use SCP. I think we have the command. I'm just gonna copy it. Yeah, I'm just gonna copy the command. Let's paste it here. Okay, so I'm gonna change letters. So scp minus I dot ssh key here. I'm just gonna remove this record file. I don't need it. Okay, ssh key, the dest user, the alt, dest host. Here I'm gonna change this to the dest path, not the CSV dest path. Okay, and we're gonna mention the backup file name that we're gonna need to download. So dollar backup file. Okay, and we're gonna mention the temporary paths. Okay, so dollar temp, no, not created like this, temp path. Okay, two. I'm gonna also suppress the error like I did here. Okay, so I'm just gonna download the backup. So this command is gonna download the backup file from the remote server, but I'm gonna just like add an if statement. So if this command has no error, so then I'm gonna try to download the file. I'm gonna put it like I'm gonna put the file inside a variable. Okay, then Let's create a variable. Let's call it local file. Okay, equals dollar, because we downloaded the file. Now I'm gonna save it. So I'm gonna put it in the temporary file with the name backup file. So this is when in the source of the production server we have some corrupted files or we lost some files. We can restore them from the backup server. This is a very cool feature. It's a little bit complicated, but it's very useful and very cool. Like, you really need it, like, to show that not only you do backup, but you do also you can restore files and all. Okay, so now let's check if the file is correctly downloaded. So let's check if the local file exists. So let's do if. Here let's use the -f, which means that if that file exists. So local file. Let's close it. Let's type it in. Okay, so if that file exists, so we don't have a problem. So let's write echo backup file downloaded. Okay, downloaded successfully. Okay, so after that I'm gonna create a safe restore directory, so we don't override the system files, because when we restore something, sometimes it can override other files. So we need to do some safe restoring. So let's create restore dir directory. So restore directory. I'm just gonna create it inside the home directory. Let's name it restore test. And also let's get the timestamp. So get file name timestamp. Okay. Now, sorry, I need to close this. Now, okay. Now I'm gonna create the restore directory. Okay, so mk dir that restore the directory that we created above. So restore directory. Now we get the backup, we put it inside the directory. Now we're gonna extract it using the tir function that we used before. So if tir -x zf of that local file, local file -c, capital C, restore directory, then what we need to do. So means if the extraction of that file is successful, okay, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna confirm the extraction. Okay, we're gonna just echo a message like backup backup restored successfully. Okay, we're gonna also use the log successful restore function. So we're gonna log this. So we're gonna use the function log action restored backup. Okay, let's include the backup file name. So backup file, and also the restore directory to restore directory. Okay. I just typed also success as a as a status. Okay, so let's show what was restored. Also, we need to show what we did restore. So let's type echo contents restored. Okay, and let's use find command to list what we did restore. So restore find inside the restore directory all the files. So type f head 10. So the first find like the first 10 files in the restore directory. We don't have to show everything because if it's a lot then it's gonna be bad. Okay, otherwise, so else like if the extraction is not successful, we need to also, I'm just gonna copy it. So copy, gonna print, and so backup failed, like let's call it error, let's call it like failed to extract backup. Okay, let's put error here. So error failed to restore backup, and log action the same thing. Just remove this. Let's just call it fail to extract backup. Okay, so fail to extract backup, and here let's, instead of success, let's put failed. So this is gonna be the end of this if statement. But you remember we have other if statements, like this if statement, which gonna find the downloaded file. So in case we don't find it, we need also to mention that. So as the same thing, I'm gonna just copy the error message, like we're gonna type like backup file not found, for example. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. So paste. Okay, just gonna fix this. Okay, so the first one, we're gonna put backup file not found after download. Yeah, backup file not found after download. And the log action, we're gonna put the same thing. Okay, so backup file not found here failed. Okay, so this is gonna be the end of the second if statement. We also have a third one, which is the first one, this one, for the downloading of the backup file. So I'm just gonna do else. I'm just gonna copy as usual. I'm gonna paste, sorry. So I'm just gonna do an error failed to download. Okay, I think it's the best error we can put. Okay, so failed to, let's say failed to download from server. Okay, The same thing here is failed to download the backup file. I'm gonna remove this, and here I'm gonna put failed. Okay. For example, also we can add another echo, because uh, maybe for this function we put the backup file wrong name. We put the wrong name, so we can also help the user. We can like type echo. Sorry, we can type echo. Check if the file name is correct. Yeah, I think that's a good thing. Let's close that if statement, and now we finished the last function, which is the restore function. Now let's create the main script. Okay, so now the main script logic, which is going to be the command dispatcher. We're going to use a case statement to check the first command line argument. Okay, it's going to be easy. Like it's going to check the first command, the first what's called the first argument. Okay, so I'm just gonna take case, the first case, like it's like a switch command in programming languages. It's the same, it's the switch command. So case dollar, case the argument, case the first argument. Okay, here I'm gonna do this trick. I'm gonna have okay in. Okay, so what does that mean? Does that mean is like use the first argument if it exists. If it doesn't exist, otherwise default to backup. Default to backup. I'm just gonna show you what is the backup. Okay, so let's start. So the first one is gonna be the backup. So in case that we don't put an argument, we're gonna do backup. Okay, so if the argument is backup, we're gonna call do backup function. Okay, so as you remember, the do backup function, which is like the function that does the main function that does the backup of the directory. Okay, so if we don't put an argument, it's gonna do automatic backup. Okay, it's gonna back up the directories that exist inside the config file. Okay, so the second is if the argument is add. So we're gonna call the add directory function. Okay, so we're gonna call the add directory function, but also the add directory function takes an argument. Okay, so we put $2. What does mean is the second argument that we put when we called this script. So the first argument is gonna be like empty or add or remove or etc. Okay, and to add directory, we're gonna need to call the script, put the first argument add, and put the second argument, which is gonna be the path of the directory. Okay, so the second one is remove. Okay, so let's put remove. Okay, I forget to add the parenthesis here. Okay, now it's gonna be. I forget also to do this. Just delete this. Okay, so next it's gonna be remove. Okay, the function that we're gonna call is remove directory, and it's gonna take also a second argument, so $2 sign. Close this. Also we have schedule. Okay, so schedule to automatically schedule the backup, so it's gonna be schedule, and it's gonna call the function schedule backups. These are functions that we created earlier. Okay, next. Sorry, I forget to add this. Just a second. Okay. Now the next one is gonna be report to generate like reports. Okay. So it's gonna be report. The function is generate report. Okay. Generate report. Let's do the format. The last one is gonna be restore. The last one that we created now. Okay, so we're gonna call the function restore backup. It's gonna be backup. It's gonna take also a second argument of that directory to restore. Okay, so I think this is gonna be the last one. We don't need anything. Okay, so let's close this. Okay, now I think we finished, but just like in default case. Okay, so in default case that like if nothing, like in default case if no matching command found, like we wrote a command, you know, like we wrote a command, because if you don't write a command it's gonna defaults to backup. But if like we write something like, I don't know, like delete or update, as you see we don't have these values, so we're gonna also take care of that. So that means in case of any other value, let's what we're gonna do, we're gonna show like a helping, show like for example when you type a wrong command, Linux shows you a default helping menu. So let's type something like this. So echo, let's type this is log backup script. Let's type also, I'm just gonna ameliorate it later on when I give you the full script in the description, don't worry. I don't want to write a lot, like I'm just gonna type here commands are let's type here echo backup, add, remove, schedule, report, restore, What else? That's it, let's leave it like this. Okay, that's enough. I will give you more details in the final version, but I think that's is more than enough. Now we finished the case statement. Let's close it. So we write ESAC. So that's gonna be the end of the statement. So I think we finished for now. So created a lot of functions. I admit it's not an easy script. It's a little bit long, but it's a professional one. Like when I worked in some companies, like this is the better version that you can write. It has like everything necessary. It is secured. It has security features like the SSH key authentication, a dedicated user, a secure transfer. It is 100% automated. Like we did the scheduling using Cron with perfect error handling and status tracking like in real time by the CSV files. We respected the compliance features like the retention, the GDPR ready policies, and the audit logging. Like every action is logged, is recorded. And also we put some monitoring feature like Discord notification, performance report, and CSV report. Don't worry, I'm gonna send you this script and also the config file. Okay, so don't worry about that. I will put it in GitHub and put it in the description of the video. So I think we finished this step. We're gonna move to the next final step now. Just most steps gonna be we're gonna test the script and we're gonna see if everything is good or not. Okay, so I'm just gonna save the video for now. I'm just gonna save the script, sorry. Okay, I think it's finished. And we're gonna move to the step number 7, which gonna be creating test data and first backup. Okay, so let's type Control S and Control X. So I think it's a lot of file. Okay, everything is saved. Yeah, it's 500, more than 500 line, but don't worry. Like it counts all the spaces also. So in total, I do believe it's gonna be like I don't know, 100 and a little bit like 150 at max. But with the spaces, it's gonna be like 500. But don't worry, like it's not that long. Okay, but because it contains a lot of features, it's a pro script, so it's not a big deal. So that Control X, Control S. I'm just gonna pause the video a little bit and we're gonna go back to the step number 7, which is gonna be create the test data and first backup. Okay, now guys, we finished implementing our main script, which is the backup logs.sh. So now we're gonna create some test data and our first backup. Okay, so for the last time, I'm gonna show you so let's see first. We have the backup CSV directory, the backup logs directory, and the backup logs.sh, which is our script, the backup temp directory, and the log backup configuration file. Let's show you for the last time the configuration file. So let's do nano, so it's gonna be easier for you. So log backup.conf. Okay, here you see that we have already one source directory, which is home backup user logs. We're gonna create it right now. We have all the other variables and parts of variables that we need to use. So let's start by creating that logs directory. So mk here minus p. Let's use the tilde. Let's create it. Okay, so now as you see, we created the logs directory. Let's create some logs file inside it. So for example, let's write. You can open it with nano, but we did already nano, so I'm gonna show you another way to how to write directly inside a file. So let's create sample application, for example, log entry, some just log. Let's add the date for it. So use the date function. Okay, now we're gonna put this inside some file that we're gonna create. So that we're gonna create it, of course, inside the logs directory. So let's call it application.log file. Okay, let's create another log file also with another message. So for this, let's call it simple the system. So simple system log entry, call the file system. Okay, and also let's create a third file. Let's make this file so for the error. Okay, so error log entry with the date, and let's call the log file error.log. Okay, let's check it out. So let's do ls the tilde logs. Let's do like this. We can see we created application log error log and system log file. Of course, with these entries inside of that. Let's, for example, let me show you just one. So let's write cat logs, and let's call it application dot log. Okay, you see this is the line inside that file, sample application log entry with the date. So we created three log files. Now we're gonna test the manual backup. Okay, so let's first make it. Let's make it executable. So chmod plus x, so we can run the script. So tilde backup dash logs dot sh. So now we're gonna execute it. So let's execute it using this command. So it's called backup, sorry, backup logs dot sh, and let's use the parameter backup. So this is the first parameter, as you remember, the $1 sign. This means we used the parameter backup. So now we're going to implement the backup. First of all, make sure your let's first of all restart the backup machine, because you need to make sure that the backup machine works fine. Okay, if it doesn't work or it's closed or shut down, you're gonna have some errors. Okay, so you have to make sure that the other server or the backup server is functional, it's logic. Because if the backup server is not functional, we cannot do the backup. Okay, so make sure if you find it like closed or dark, or you can't access it, just like I did, just do restart guess. Let's wait a little bit until it opens, and let's run the first manual backup. Let's just wait a little bit. Okay, so it works. Let's see, let's connect. I'm just gonna open the terminal. Just open the terminal to make sure. So ls, we have the received backups and received CSV directories inside the backup machine. Okay, let's go back to the source machine. Now we can run our script. So let's hit enter. You can see, okay, so as you can see, since starting backup process, so backing up the directory home back user logs, the VM source logs created in this compressed file, also the VM source backup created in the CSV file. So we have we successfully backupped this directory. So we can see the backup completed successfully, one directory, backed up. Okay, so you can see all the information. Now let's verify if the backup worked. So let's check the audit log. Okay, so let's do ls. As you can see, we have the backup audit created. The backup audit log created. So let's see its content, because let's type we don't have it before. This is created when we run the script. Okay, so backup audit log. Okay, you can see that we have the backup timeline. Okay, we have it clear with the date and with the status and what we did and etc. So we have the backup started, the CSV created with success, also the directory backed up with success, and also the message backup completed, one success, zero failure. So here we can see all the backup timeline. Okay, now let's check the local CSV report. We're gonna find it inside the backup CSV. Where's the file? This directory, the backup CSV. Let's list the content of that directory. Okay, so backup CSV. Okay, as you can see, we have this file created. Let's see the content of that file. Okay, so let's use the cat command. Backup CSV. Sorry. Let's do the tilde. The backup CSV directory, and let's list all the content of the CSV. Okay, you can see that we have the date, the host name, the directory, and the status. We have the VM source, we have the directory logs, and with success. Okay, we have the success status. Now, the next thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna check what was sent to the VM backup. Okay, we're gonna use the SSH command to check if like we have the CSV and the received backups and the received CSV files. Okay, we don't need to connect here. We can, for example, let's do the SSH command first, and after that I will show you the other alternative. Okay, so dot SSH backup using the backup key, the private key, the username of the other machine is user2, and the IP address is 192.168.141 and 128, I think. Okay, so we're gonna execute this command. So ls minus, we're gonna list the content of the received backups of that of the other backup machine. Okay, so the same thing also for the received CSV. Okay, so it's like we're gonna connect to another machine and execute that command. Let's type enter. Okay, it works successfully. We can see that in the other machine, in the backup machine, a compressed log file is added. Also, another CSV file, backup file, is successfully added there, sent there. Let's go to the backup machine, and to make sure, let's type that same command. So let's do ls received backups. Okay, we see that we have that file sent successfully, and also let's see the received CSV, and also we have the CSV backup report sent successfully. So we have the reports and the backup files sent successfully without us connecting to this machine. So it was 100% automatic, like the same thing as we do in big companies. We do this to make sure that to back up any directories we need to back up automatically. Okay, so the next step is gonna be how to schedule automatic backup. Okay, so we're gonna try the schedule command, okay, to see if it's gonna work correctly or not. Okay, okay. Now we're gonna make sure that the scheduling for automatic backups works. So to schedule the daily backup at 2 a.m., we said that we use this command. Okay, so we're gonna use just, okay, so in the first step to launch the backup, use this command and we add the parameter backup. Now the parameter is gonna be schedule. As you remember in the case function, we mentioned we have to use schedule. So let's hit enter. Okay, you see the message, automatic backup scheduled daily at 2 a.m. Cron log for the home backup user inside the backup cron log directory. So the cron log is saved here. Okay, so let's verify the cron job was created. So let's list all the cron jobs. So cron tab minus L. Okay, you can see we have exactly our cron, which is at 2 a.m. scheduled. It's saved and it will work accordingly. Okay, so each day the cron log is gonna work at 2 a.m. Okay, the automatic scheduling. Okay, so let's test the cron command manually. Okay, to make sure, let's test this command manually. Okay, I can copy it, or I'm just gonna, let's say, I'm just gonna write it. Okay, it's not a big deal. Okay, let's type the dollar sign, the home, the backup logs dot sh. The command is backup. Now it's gonna use the redirectory to the home slash backup dash cron dot log, and we're gonna put the errors. Let's use the, okay, okay, it's the same as this command. Okay, the home variable, you can change it by the home backup. Okay, let's type enter. Okay, now let's verify. So let's show the backup cron file. Okay, as you can see, the backup works successfully. So here's the log, starting backup process, backing up the logs directory, success, and backup completed successfully, one directory backup. So now we made sure that the scheduling works correctly. Okay, so it's scheduled each day at 2 a.m. and to verify we do this. Now we're gonna test the other functionality, like the how to add and delete a new directory to backup. So let's create a new directory. So unclear minus p, let's call it web logs. Okay, so I'm gonna call it web dash logs. Okay, I'm gonna write something. So let's type echo web server logs, for example. Let's put it in that in a log file. Okay, let's call it, for example, let's put it here. Let's call it, for example, access dot log. Okay, so now we're gonna add that log directory. So I'm gonna show you before the config file, the backup. Let's forget what it's called. So it's called the log backup. So let's show its content. So log backup.conf. As you can see, we only have one directory, which is the logs directory. Now we're gonna test the adding functionality. Okay, so let's run the script. Okay, so let's do let's call the backup logs .sh. Let's use the add parameter, and the second parameter is gonna be the what's called the directory of that the path of that new directory. So we called it the web logs directory, and let's hit enter. Okay, you can see the message add directory to backup list. Okay, so it's added successfully. Let's now, as you can see here, we only have one directory inside the configuration file. Let's see again. As you can see now, we have two separated by comma. If you remember, we did that. Each new log we add, we separate them by column. Okay, so now we have the old one, which is home backup user logs, and the new one, which is the first one, which is home backup user web logs. Okay, so we can see that the add functionality works perfectly. Now let's test the backup with the new directory and see if everything works. So I'm just gonna find the command I want to type it again. Okay, and this one. Okay, so backup logs.sh, but the parameter is gonna be backup. Okay, so let's see. Okay, okay. So you can see backing up the first one, which is the old directory. We created the TIR GZ file and the CSV file with the success message. Okay, and we did it also for the second one. Okay, so we did for the two files, the two directories. Okay, now let's test the remove functionality. Okay, so to remove the functionality, let's do the remove uh, parameter. Okay, now let's indicate the correct path. Okay, so backup user, we're gonna remove the directory that we just added, so weblogs. Okay, so let's hit enter. Okay, you can see that remove directory from backup list. Let's see the config file again to make sure the config directory. Okay, so now we get the success message, but it did not get deleted. Okay, let's verify again. Okay, we just did remove. We got the backup user web logs. We get the message remove directory from, but when we did cat, it's not removed. Okay, let me check again. Okay. Okay. It did not get deleted. Okay, just a second, guys. Okay, guys, it was not an error. It was just a typo. Okay, so let's do what we did again, so we make sure. Okay, so I'm just gonna. We said we're gonna add. Okay, the add work. Okay, let's see the config file. Okay, so now we have the only one source directory. Okay, as before. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add again the web logs. Okay, because as you remember, we created the web logs directory, so I'm just gonna add it. Okay, I'm just gonna write here add. Okay, so the directory is added successfully. Let's see the config file. Okay, you can see that weblogs is added. Okay, so let's also test the backup again uh, for the both directories. Okay, so you see backing up the web logs, success for the web logs, and backing up for the logs, and success for the logs directory. So everything is cool. So we have the two logs. The only thing that now when we try to do the remove, okay, this is the remove command, make sure that the path to the directory is exactly the same as here. So slash home slash backup user slash weblogs. Okay, so here the error was I added another slash here. So when we add a slash, it's not gonna be the same path because the same path saved here without a slash. So for this to work, this has to be a slash. If this is not, we added this without slash, so for the remove also, we need to put it without slash, okay? It's a little bit like, uh, not the best option, but because as you remember, we used the set command, so the set command, it's a command used to replace some pattern, so make sure to put the path exactly the same as the source dir. So let's type enter. So we can see remove directory from backup list. Let's see the config file. Okay, now we see only one directory, which is the original logs directory. Okay, so make sure not to forget that. Okay, so now this step now is gonna be to integrate the notification setup. So as you remember, inside the log backup config file, okay, let's just what's called log backup. Okay, nano log dash backup conf file. Okay, as you remember, we left the Discord webhook URL empty. So now, what we have to do, we have to create a server in Discord, and we need to create the webhook and put the URL of that webhook here. So let me just go here. Let's delete this. Okay, here I'm gonna add a server. So click here and add a server. Create my own for me and my friends. Let's call it. For example, I don't know. Let's call it backup notification. Okay, so let's create it. Okay, so we created our backup notification Discord server. Now put the cursor and click on the right. So click on the right, okay, click on the right, and then we're gonna go to server settings. We're gonna go to integrations. You see webhooks here. We're gonna click on create webhook. So a webhook is automatically created. Let's go in. Let's copy webhook URL. Okay, so copy the URL. Now let's go to this parameter and paste it. Okay, sorry. Okay, I think the copy paste functionality doesn't work because I need to copy this from my Windows machine into my virtual machine. Okay, just a little bit so I can. Okay, I will open Discord from the virtual machine because, I can do some configuration to the virtual machine, but I can't do it right now. So I'm just pause the video and I'm gonna open Discord inside Firefox in this virtual machine. Okay. Okay, just I'm gonna pause the video. Okay, guys, I just opened my Discord inside my VM source machine, so I can get the webhook URL. Okay, so I copy it. Let's go to the terminal. Now I'm just gonna paste it inside the webhook URL variable. Okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna restart my guest machine because afterward we're gonna try the backup, so it needs to be working. Okay, so let's go back to the VM source. As you can see, I copied the URL webhook. Now I'm gonna paste it inside there. Okay, so let's gonna see. Okay, paste it correctly. Make sure inside the double quotes. Okay, so this is all the webhook. Okay, let's Control S to save and Control X to get out. Okay, now we edit that line in the config file. Now we're gonna test the backup script. Now we're gonna see if we're gonna receive a, a notification via Discord. Okay, so this is opens. Okay, make sure always the backup machine works. Okay. Okay, let's try the command. Okay, so backup dash logs.sh and the parameter gonna be back up. Okay, let's hit enter. Okay, success. We have the CSV file, the log file, backup completely successfully. One directory back up, but we have curl no URL specified. Okay, which means I did not receive the Discord notification. Let's make sure. Okay, so I did not receive the Discord notification. Okay, so let me make sure curl no URL specified. Let me see again. Config Discord webhook URL. I put it exactly. Okay. GPS Discord webhook. Let's make sure sometimes it's just a typo. Normally it's correct. Normally it's correct. I think we installed curl. So the problem is no URL specified. Let me try it again. Here everything works. Okay, let me type it again. Sorry. Let me run the script. Okay, so backing up. The same issue. Okay, let me just verify to see if it's a typo or something. Okay guys, so it just was a simple, not a typo, but just like in the config file, there were special characters inside the Discord webhook. So instead of double quotes, just use a single quote. Okay, at the beginning and at the end. Okay, don't use double quotes. So now let's type it again. So backup. So okay, success. So backup completed. Now if I want to see Discord, so snap the channel. Let's see it. So as you can see, I get the message successfully. Okay, so you see I get the backup completed successfully on VM source, one directory backed up in 2 seconds. Okay, So what's still now to test? Let's test the performance report. So let's execute the script with the report uh, parameter. As you can see, we can see the report. We can see that report created in a CSV file. We can see also we can print. So the total backup files 18 files. Just backupped 18 files, 72 Ks in size. The total CSV reports are 15, and the retention policy is 90 days. Okay, so it works correctly. So now let's schedule weekly report. So each week, like companies, and each week they schedule reports. So let's create a cron command that can does that. So each week at Monday in 3 a.m. we have a weekly report contains this information in this CSV file. So let's dive this command. So cron tab -l to x for the error. We want them to go inside the dev null directory. Okay, so echo, as I explained before, 0, 3, so 3 a.m. Each day, each month. Okay, 1. Okay, sorry, not each day, each month. So star 1 and 1 here. So this means each week at 3 on Monday at 3 a.m. Okay, so what is the command gonna be? So slash, so $home slash backup logs dot sh report. So this is the command that we just did, and we're gonna save it inside dollar home backup report dot log file. So each time we're gonna see the result of that command, or the report, the generated report inside that log file. Okay, sorry, not like that. We're gonna execute that command, and we're gonna see the results inside the generated backup report log file. For the errors, I'm just gonna redirect them here to x. Okay, 1. So that is the command. Let's add here the pipeline cron tab minus. Let's make sure that both crons jobs are created. So cron tab -l to list all cron. Okay, as we can see, this is the first cron that we created earlier for each day at 2 a.m. and this is for the automatic backup, and this is each this is gonna be 3 a.m. each Monday for the weekly report generation. Okay, now let's test the restore functionality. Okay, let's make sure it works. So it's gonna backup log sh, but instead of report, we're gonna put restore. Okay, so here, if you put it like this, we're gonna list all available backups to restore. Okay, we have all these backups that we can restore. Okay, so let's choose a specific one. So the same command, just we're gonna add the name of that file. Okay, so I'm just gonna put VM. I'm gonna just copy and paste it. So I copy here and I paste this. For example, we can choose any file we want. Okay, let me hit enter. Okay, as you can see, restore and backup. So backup file downloaded successfully from the backup machine, restored successfully to the restore test directory that we create to put all the restored files. Okay, so contents, we can see all the contents inside this uh, compressed backup file. Okay, so we got our 3 log files that are compressed inside this. So we got this from the other backup machine. So we got that, we downloaded from the backup machine, and we can see the information that we need. Okay, we put them inside the restore test directory with this content. Let me show you. ls restore test. We can see the directory logs. So let me do also slash logs. Okay, so we got them. We got this. We downloaded this from the backup machine. We extract its content and we put it inside restore test directory that we created when we ran that command. Okay, so actually everything works fine. Just now let's do like a final verification. So let's check all the logs and reports. So let's do tail to see, for example, the last 20 logs inside the backup audit file. Okay, as you can see, backed up this directory, backed up also this directory, success. This is where we save everything, we log everything. So the last thing we did is restore the backup. After the before we did the generation of the performance report, we did afterwards a lot of backup, but we can see every step we do is saved in this log file, including the restoring, the generation, the backups, everything. Let's now see the CSV files. So ls minus la, we put them inside the backup CSV directory. Okay, you can see all the backed up CSV files and CSV reports correctly created and saved, even the performance. So this is the backup CSV and these are the performance CSV. So all the CSVs are saved here. Okay, so we see both the performance and the backup CSVs all saved inside the backup CSV directory. Now let's check. At the same time, I'm gonna restart this machine. Restart the backup machine. I'm just gonna do an SSH command. I think I did it before. I will see you. I did this command before. Let me go back. Go back a little bit. I remember we did this machine is this, yes, this one. So SSH minus I, backup key for the user 2 and the IP address. So ls minus la, the received backups and the received CSV files. Okay, so let's change it a little bit. Okay, let's see the received backups, but also let's count them and let's find other. Let's count how many received backups it's gonna be because we already did this. Okay, so okay, wait. Okay, I'm just gonna like try this first. Okay, guys, so it's open. What was exactly that we changed now? ls minus, I forget this. Okay, so we have 76 backup files inside the backup machine. Okay, these are all the compressed backup files. So let's add, for example, let's add wc command just for practice. So we type more command. Let's also add the du command. Okay, so till okay, as you can see, we have 72K as size of the files inside the received backup. Okay, let's check in the backup machine to make sure. Let's go to terminal. Okay, I think I have. Okay, let's just type ls and ls received backups. Okay, and ls received csv. Okay, as you can see, everything is saved here in the backup machine, and here we can see everything from also the backup, the source machine. So I think we tested everything, everything is clear now. We did most commands. We created a very professional project. It wasn't simple, it was a little bit long, but you can fast forward the video if it's simple for you, because I write a little bit slowly, so I understand. Okay, I think now it's clear. Our project is clear. We did every functionality that we said we're gonna do. So was our automated log backup system using a source machine and a backup machine. We did automated backup with scheduling, secure transfer using SSH, compliance ready with 90-day retention, audit trail with detailed logging, performance monitoring with reports, disaster recovery with restore capability, notifications via Discord, and this actually was an enterprise-grade security and organization project. Okay, so I tried to make it as realistic as possible, like what we do in companies. If you want to be more excellent in shell scripting, try to do and redo this project. Like it really shows that you master scripting. And if you are looking for a position as DevOps engineer or system administration or Linux developer, or Bash developer and all, or even SRE, this is gonna be a very important project. You can show it to recruiters or the tech leads of your company, and it's gonna be very fascinating. And also, if you already work in a company and want to have an idea on how to make a successful backup server with a very optimized script, you have this example in front of you. You can copy it or modify it, or you can understand how the process works. Okay, so guys, I will put every code inside the GitHub, and I'll put it in the description under this video. So I hope you like this project. It was long, so you can fast forward. I hope you like everything. If you have any questions, put it in the comment, and don't forget to subscribe like and share this video if possible. Okay, in the next project, have a good day. Goodbye.